mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
through the front, trying to be the tripwire to. They've all got to push in towards the house.
Hello and welcome to the third day of PMPL EU Fall 2023, where we have 20 teams competing for a $100,000 prize pool and a spot as PMGC. I'm Ginny, your host, joined by Max, who got rid of his lucky jacket. You were doing so well yesterday. What?
Yeah, I got to change. I can't just wear the same jacket all the time. We talked about it. It's going to be stinky. We don't want that. Okay, I have to have some wispy clothing here on the desk. Yeah, and but no, we had a great day yesterday. We had some teams stepping up a little bit, so the competition is going to be ever closer today.
Yeah, anything can happen. Make sure that you tune in and follow us on socials, because not only can memes happen over there that sometimes do make you chuckle a little bit, it's also great to stay up to date with your favorite teams and players and just the format and the tournament all in all. So, you know, like and follow. That's what I'd say.
Follow. And wait, because next week there's going to be a meme, maybe about a certain team called Gladiators. I know you guys like those, so yeah.
Oh no, oh no. Well, that's that. But yesterday specifically, you kind of already touched upon it a little bit, Max, and that's the fact that we have had some new teams stepping up to the plate. We have had the top 3 teams that we're always expecting to step up. Well, 2 of the 3 do so. We have had teams that did really well in spring come back and make a little comeback yesterday as well, specifically the MUERTE finally managing to get that chicken dinner on the board themselves as well. It feels like it's been an eternity for them, but yesterday, all in all, I think it was a really great big mixed bag of results, because again, the fact that we're only 3 days in and already some teams are running away with a lead and others are slowly trying to catch up, coming through with that adaptability, it's really impressive to see.
Compared to spring season, it seemed like spring, it took a lot longer for teams to make changes. I can mainly think, for example, of Major Pride that just created their roster at the time. They had a little bit of a rougher transition in spring to really build that team synergy, and after phase 1, they started to be a lot more consistent. Here, we've witnessed it already, Ginny, with, for example, not only Nexus getting himself that chicken dinner on the first Erangel of the day, but also getting a 2nd place on that Sanhok versus Gladiators. So they have been popping off. This is a lot closer to their performances we witnessed from them in the championship. Titan also starting off with a chicken dinner that we did not quite witness that kind of approach in the first day of play in this first phase. So I'm happy to see these teams do so well. And MUERTE also closing off the day with a chicken dinner, 14 eliminations on the board, and just a lot less little positional mistakes, just a lot more controlling of that finishing circle. So yeah, some big improvements we have been able to witness, and I want to see even more, because a lot of the teams at the bottom of the rankings, you know, we expect to be higher, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail right on the head there, where we're seeing a lot of teams adapting a lot more quickly, and Nexus definitely being one of those. I think as well today, I'm looking forward to see how the MUERTE is going to be able to carry on that success, finishing off yesterday on that high of that chicken dinner. Hopefully that brings some motivation, but also a little bit of a spark today for them to continue with that momentum. So when we're looking at the overall specifically, I mean, MADBULLS on the top, they had like a 20-point lead, I think, if I remember correctly, starting yesterday. It has shrunk a little bit further though, but Gladiators hot on their heels. But all in all though, it's really interesting to see as well Major Pride just dropping so far down to 6th place, because well, not me, but you guys put them in your top 3.
Yeah, Nexus is a really good team to have potentially on this ranking, so I would like to see if they can maintain that and just not have, as we call it quite a few times, a flash in a pan with yesterday's performances. I want to see a continuation of that, hopefully. Though I am impressed. The Alpha team has been able to retain their position in this top 5 position for as long as they have. Well, as long. It's only 2 days, but you catch my drift. I want to see if they can stay up there as long as possible. The thing is, they got some heavy hitters right below them. MUERTE, Major Pride, Titan Gaming, even SHOCKWAVE. Well, to be honest, Ginny, SHOCKWAVE has had some really good pop-off games in terms of eliminations only. We just need to see them reach that late game more often, and if they do so with the punch they can pack sometimes, I feel like they could convert a chicken dinner, hopefully.
Yeah, well, we would have to wait and see, especially because SHOCKWAVE last time in spring as well. Getting those eliminations in the games were never really the issue. It was always the survival time, being able to stay up until that late game, getting placement points. So hopefully a couple of improvements seen along the way, especially here in fall. But we're looking towards the bottom of the league table. VIRTUS.PRO not really finding their footing. Unicorns of Love, they have shown some glimpses here and there of what they are able to do, but they're really yet to hit the mark.
Yeah, I don't know what to really expect from this Unicorns of Love roster. Like, sure, you have like 2 players that could be looking really good on the team. You got, of course, Rolkis that is extremely experienced when it comes to a plethora of levels of PUBG Mobile esports, playing from regional PMPLs all the way back into PMGC also. Yeah. It's just that building synergy sometimes take time, and I feel like this is a team that's maybe going to struggle a bit at the start here in this first phase. But with that 4-day break, that's where we're going to hope to see these teams at the bottom really bring some big changes if things are not working out so far. So Unicorns of Love is one of the few teams that we need to see more on the second half of this first phase, because otherwise it's going to be tough to really try and compete for that championship spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're talking about the championship, and I think that's something that we wanted to highlight today as well, specifically in terms of the points that the teams already have from the spring and the points that they have been collecting over the fall. Something really interesting that was happening, Max, that you highlighted was the position that Major Pride have found themselves in.
Yeah, Major Pride actually, as we said, not quite able to get themselves as strong of a performance in this second day of play. So that means yesterday. And we knew that they had about a 100-point lead, right? Versus the likes of MADBULLS, Gladiators. Well, that point lead has now been reduced to just about, actually exactly 60 points. So already
quick math
has shrunk really quickly. I did it on the pre-show. I did it before the stream. Okay? I checked my numbers. It is in fact correct. But the fact that lead has been reduced so significantly in 2 mere days of play is very scary for Major Pride, because I expected a 100-point lead, if they were doing poorly, to last them at least a whole phase. The fact that it could be halved at the end of today, even go further than just like a 50-point lead, is insane. So Major Pride need to start to bring it back, because MADBULLS, with their consistent late game playstyle and Gladiators' salvage mission when a game does not go their way, is so scary when Major Pride can have single-digit point games. Like, we're talking 2-3 points. It's happened a bit already. So they need to start to get themselves some consistent points on board, or MADBULLS and Gladiators might be the ones to go in PMGC in their stead.
Ooh, and that is a scary situation to be in, especially when you spent so much during spring trying to gather some of these points. But it feels like when we're looking at Major Pride, potentially they're currently on more of like the downward trend. They're trying to find their footing. Hopefully they do so eventually. But then it feels like we're looking at a team like NEXUS, and they're more on the upward. It feels like especially what we've seen from them yesterday was just a complete difference, day and night, between day 1 and day 2.
I remember when we checked this graphic during the rehearsal, it was like 2 placement points against 18 placement points from day 1 into day 2. That is an insane increase. Of course, you can look at that 3-minute average survival time increase. 3 minutes doesn't seem like much, but the fact that you just consistently get to the 20-21 minute mark means that you're always getting into the late game. And of course, Jenny, as we know, when you get towards that late game, you start to get more placement points, and on top of that, more eliminations, because you have more opportunities to frag out. 35 elims yesterday is so good. And not only that, we're looking at individual players, right? Octavian, such a massive standout. And not only the MVP of day 2, he's currently also the MVP of the whole tournament, of these whole 2 days of play that we've witnessed in PMPL Europe. So Octavian, sometimes a little bit ballsy, sometimes a little bit over-aggressive, but he wasn't punished too heavily for it. So we'll see if he can get away with it today again.
Yeah, not punished too heavily, but also allowed him to secure that MVP slot. And again, a huge effort from himself to be able to push NEXUS towards those chicken dinners, to get those eliminations on the board as well. Because yes, you have the chicken dinner, but we are consistently hitting double digits in terms of eliminations. That is also quite impressive, because again, those points at the end of the day do end up counting. And when you're having teams like Major Pride that are slugging down a little bit, getting single digits in terms of points per game, it does allow you to catch up quite quickly.
It really does. When you have a team like NEXUS, we know that they can get those big pointer games. We saw it back in PMRC MEA versus Europe. They got themselves a really, I think it's fair to say, a really bad tournament there. But they brought it back a little bit towards the end with a big 24 elimination game. It goes to show what this team can do when they get to those late game scenarios. They still have 3-4 players alive and the resources to execute their game plan. So I have a lot of hope for NEXUS, and what they can do here is just if they can continuously maintain this playstyle with teams that are really good at playing center, like Gladiators, like your MADBULLS. Can you really breach those locations efficiently? We saw it a little bit yesterday, that was the case, but it required some smart rotational movement, and I hope we can see more of that today.
I hope so too. And when we're talking about NEXUS, I mean, Octavian, one of the players that has really stood out so far, especially yesterday, getting that MVP as well. But
being an all-Romanian team, do you think that helps with the team synergy at all?
To be honest, yeah, because we speak the same language and it's easier for us to communicate, and yeah, it might be that.
How's it felt representing Romania at some of the biggest tournaments of the year so far?
To be honest, it feels pretty good, pretty awesome to represent Romanian, and I hope we can represent Romanian PMGC as well.
Awesome, awesome. Is that Nexus's ultimate goal then in PUBG Mobile, to be at the PMGC?
To be honest, I already played to PMGC and I didn't come to the stage where I'm going to land on PMGC, but this season might be this one.
Thanks very much, Octavian, for joining me today. I'm sure you've got a ton of fans at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Continue to support us, messaging us, and yeah, let's go.
Well, it is no secret that teams are gunning for that PMGC, and of course Nexus being one of them with that performance that we've seen yesterday. We think it is possible? I think, yeah.
If they keep getting the same results as yesterday, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, it would be cool to see a Romanian team in a PMGC Grand Finals. I would love to see that. So,
yeah, that would be absolutely incredible. But another team as well that we have been continuously highlighting over the last couple of days is MADBULLS, and that's because this team, from what it looks like, Max, they genuinely cannot do anything wrong. Everything is going their way. They're getting to the late game. They're getting the eliminations. They're getting the placement points. You name it, they got it.
Yeah, I love how they play in the Regnum Kaya strat, as I like to call it, where they have this nice central 2-2 split and they just regroup in a best point of interest depending on where the circle tends to shift, and that allows them to be really consistent at reaching that late game. Look at their survival time, 23 minutes, 21.5, 23:30, 22:30. They all, as a four-man team, are making it through. You see sometimes some teams just making it into the late game as 1, 2, 3 players. Like here, it's pretty much the entire team. Zerich does die sometimes a little bit early, but at the end of the day, they're all doing amazing. And not only that, when you're looking at individual performances, Talika compared to Spring, playing a lot more close quarter with his team, playing a lot closer to the rest of his squad, which I like to see. He's not going too far out of position sometimes in a really bad spot. And not only that, compared to Spring, where Zerich was the very clear standout player, being the MVP of the whole season, Frozen this time seems to occupy a lot more of an aggressive role in the team. I don't know if it's just he's been lucky in these past 2 days or if that's something they've actually been working on, but I've been a lot more impressed with Frozen in these past 2 days compared to the entirety of Spring in a sense. And I want to see if that is going to be a continuation of that, because so far I feel like this MADBULLS team, even though it's the same roster from Spring, are playing such a different approach that this is the strongest MADBULLS I've ever looked. And I feel like currently, even though they're not currently in the position to make into PMGC, I would love to see this iteration of MADBULLS make it there, because I feel like this playstyle would be so successful on PMGC stage.
Oh, setting the expectations quite high. I mean, they have another day of proving us right, or maybe proving us wrong, so we're going to have to wait and see. But you know what, Max? Yesterday, you also proved us right, or at least explained to us a couple of things with the Telestrator. So you're gracing us again today with your interesting artistic ability, so go ahead.
Thank you. I was talking about MADBULLS and saying how good their moves are, and I just want to iterate that point and describe it a little bit further. So we're back on the, was that the first Miramar or second Miramar? It was a Miramar of yesterday that was played, and what happened with MADBULLS, of course, they're in this position on the high ground. The circle's going to be centering up pretty much around this position, so not the most fun movement for them to go through. And they're working with this entire ridge line. This ridge line gives them a good line of defense. You're not going to be taken down by SHOCKWAVE. You're not going to be taken down by MUERTE at that time, because you have that ridge to work with and teams are just playing solo ground. They can't really spot you from that position. One thing that I love about MADBULLS, though, is they understand the major threat in this circle. They understand what is their losing condition. SHOCKWAVE have so many angles on the entirety of MADBULLS, especially with that little 2-1-3 split. MUERTE also have multiple lines of sight, making it really hard for MADBULLS to rotate downhill if they are just getting pushed by the circle, because you're not going to have any option. You're going to be very predictable. These angles are a major issue. What do MADBULLS do instantly to try and negate that issue in the late game? Fully send it on one of the players. Unfortunately, is little boy Malloy. They're just getting completely overwhelmed at that point, and the team fully send it on his location. And by doing so, SHOCKWAVE cannot get involved in the fight. Korka is a little bit too far away from Malloy, and Frozen does get joined up by Zerich, Flikke, and Talika relatively quickly. He does get a nice knock initially, and that's it for Malloy. Korka is going to be then followed up. MUERTE instantly eliminated by the entirety of MADBULLS, and there was nothing they could do against it. And even though SHOCKWAVE tried to get themselves an angle at the end of the game. They couldn't do much because MADBULLS were staying so close together that they were just overwhelming the competition at every single one of those steps. So MADBULLS, I feel like they have a good early game plan, a good late game plan, and that allows them to be so consistent so far in this fall season.
Yeah, it's also really nice to have, it's also very easy to have a relatively good late game plan when you are surviving with every single one of your members. I mean, it is 4 members from MADBULL up against 2 from the MUERTE, 3 from SHOCKWAVE. So thinking quick on their feet, surviving for the longest time possible in the game, and we've seen how well it's been paying off for MADBULLS. So the question for me here remains really, Max. Gladiators, another team that has been very consistent over the last couple of days, any changes they can make to be a little bit more of a nuisance to MADBULLS, because MADBULLS at this point, I feel like they're getting everything for free.
I think it was the first Erangel of yesterday where we actually saw then NEXUS getting himself that chicken dinner. I think that we still see Gladiators going for a very similar playstyle to what we saw from Vampire Esports back in PMWI, which is trying to play center. Center is really strong in this kind of patch of PUBG Mobile Esports, and the thing is, they tend to try and center up on phase 2 to phase 3, which can work in some scenarios if the circle is coming your way and you have like a good plane path and circle combination. It's not been the case very often for them. I would like to see them loot a lot faster and be on the rotation at the end of phase 1, transitioning into phase 2. If they can do so, they can get to those POIs in the center a lot quicker and avoid those weird skirmishes we saw in the first Erangel of yesterday versus SBG. There was also like Dagestan 77 third party. You're going to avoid all of that weirdness if you're just a little bit quicker. So if I can see that from Gladiators, I think that's going to make their playstyle a lot more successful, and it will avoid them having to go for those salvage missions we saw a lot in the first 2 days.
All right, well, let's find out and see whether or not that's going to be the case. Thank you, Monster, for sponsoring and making sure that this is all possible. Head over to monsterenergy.com/gaming to find out what's in store. We're going to be heading over to our casters, John and Blank, to also find out what's in store for our first map of day 3.
We have Miramar to kick things off today, Blank, in the 3rd day of this week's games. We're going to reach that halfway mark in phase 1 today as well. We're going to be looking at how that PMGC points gap is closing. There's a lot of moving parts here.
I think Max put it perfectly that the actual difference between the points at the moment is very minimal in terms of PMGC points. And over towards that top side of the table, you know, 1 through 8, all extremely strong teams, John. It's kind of strange to me, the amount of like powerhouses we're seeing in Europe now. So the top side is going to be very much scrappy, I would say. Yes, we've got some teams running away with points, but I think to the point where you'll see a lot of these teams on the 2nd page of the leaderboards from 8th down to 16th, possibly down to 20th. They're getting quite minimal points, like 30s across the board on that side, whereas this top side of the leaderboards, you know, 80 points down towards 60. There's a lot of movement available in that region.
It's a dynamic table, and you kind of expect that towards the start of tournaments. It's generally going to be a lot more volatile, those single pop-off performances, like we've seen from a couple of the teams. I think Alpha had a really one of the bigger ones as well in the previous days of play, and they've really been able to solidify that since after their showing. We're going to be looking for a little bit more, but it's teams like MADBULLS, like Gladiators, who not only have those performances, but also bring in those salvage missions that Gladiators, we've been noting so much, Blank, have been able to achieve, that are towards those top sides rather than in that mix of the 30, 40, 50 pointers.
Yeah, and I think the salvage missions, I don't know if I'd even agree with Max on the desk on that point. I think he's got the right idea of it, in my opinion, but I would also say, maybe just in my personal opinion, the salvage mission is not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is an attempt to grab center, an attempt to take a decent play. In the movement of that, they are losing maybe 1 or 2 players, but the idea is always to get there with 4. When they get there with 3 players or 2 players, I still think they're playing a great game of PUBG Mobile, and it's not exactly a salvage in the sense of like everything's gone wrong. I feel like the initial rotation is correct. It just, they don't always get there with 4. I think they can definitely refine that, and they're getting points off the back of having 3 or 2 players, and I think that's just them playing a good game. For a lot of these teams, there is a big focus on remaining at 4 towards the end of the game. And I think maybe the way Gladiators are playing, possibly a lot of other teams in this lobby could learn from that, in the sense that just because you have 3-2 players doesn't mean that it's a throwaway game now, it's a survival mission. There's still opportunity to get a lot of points from that, which is what we're seeing from Gladiators, is that although it's not a huge amount of chicken dinners we've seen so far from them, definitely been flashier ones in the lobby in terms of matches, they're 82 points right now. So they're putting up those points every single time. It's really well executed, and with a circle like this, this is definitely going to be a change of pace for the Gladiators because they have the circle towards that north side. It's close to where their beginning run is, so they can get a very central position early on. So I am assuming this is going to be a good Gladiators game.
We have seen circles move up there before, though, a couple of times previously, and Gladiators haven't always had the best of spots with it. Sometimes they have had massive pop-off performances, but it is not a guarantee. However, I think you're right. You look at this team with the adjustments that they've made, and you're thinking this is absolutely where they should be performing in pretty much all scenarios with those adjustments sort of being factored into that equation. I'm hoping as well. I'm hoping that there's going to be some pretty good news for them. But you've also got teams like TUNA, VULGAR, boys over on the east side, who can push in from that east side and potentially contest for some of that central area as well.
Yeah, a lot of times we have seen like teams like VULGAR Boys and TUNA Esports just slowly edging their way in. It's not as fast as I'd like it to be a lot of times. And although they do take some good positions, I think like some of those later stages of the games are a bit stunted, a bit jittery. So you won't see them go for these really fast plays into that late game to grab a central position. They'll grab something that is decent and then won't really refine on that spot. So that's something that I do want to see. Maybe VULGAR Boys or TUNA Esports change up just a little bit. That would be preferable. But yeah, like I said, I mean, Gladiators, let's take a look at their positions on the map, right? And again, this speaks for all teams who are making these adjustments. We've even seen MADBULLS doing this sort of thing, which is a case of they are getting towards that center side, but a lot of times they're playing North Jaws, they're playing La Cabrera, they're playing Northwest Island. So making those run-ins a little bit tougher, John. So I do think when you get a circle like this for Gladiators up towards that northwest side, this is where we've seen the Gladiators really struggle just a little bit, because it feels like they're much happier to send central when they get an edge circle that's not really in their favor. This time around, though, this is where I want to see the adjustments come through, because it's a circle in your favor. This is where you can take central spot. You don't need to be hanging around on the edge here when you have the initial circle.
You can get a little bit more priority when it comes to those rotations, that positioning a little bit more solid. Teams out on the south side, definitely not going to have that priority. You've got No Mercy Warriors all the way in Valle de Mar. You've also got Major Pride, who are just leaving Chumacera, with Dino starting to scout out to that north. The Los Leones, two teams currently, KONINA Power and Dagestan as well. Taking a look at that south side, it's not too many teams, certainly going to be possible for them to start to migrate northwards relatively safely. I think probably the most dangerous area will be that Los Leones position.
Yeah, I think for Los Leones, KONINA Power, Dagestan, it's always a bit difficult rotating out from this spot, particularly because there'd be a lot of teams in Los Leones that could just be hiding around. For Dagestan, it's not the worst of spots for them to be in, especially on that south side. You can always rotate up towards Chumacera's side, try and make your way through that valley that passes through Graveyard and Picado. Always a danger spot that on the map, honestly, trying to get through there. There's so many compounds that litter the side of the valley. You can just get shot at on your actual journey in on the vehicles, so slightly more difficult, but there's certainly a lot of positions to be taken in this particular spot of the map, especially with this circle heading up towards that north side. I think one of the major factors that you do see with a north side circle like this is the massive amount of elevation available to a lot of teams. So half the time when you're rotating, you won't even be seeing anyone, because they'll be on the other side of the valley, on the other side of a cliff, on the other side of a hill. So for a lot of teams, if you can play it smart, you're able to get through a lot of these areas fairly unscathed.
PERMITTA moving up from that south side near, with KASIK team underneath them. We'll have full oversight on this position, but not taking shots just yet. KASIK yet to take some flack for it. In the meantime, Titan, they swung up on the east side, and VULGAR Boys, who moved in from that east as well, have lost one of their players. Floops goes down first, and Alpha don't seem to have the shots to find Icy, not quite able to tag him fully. He does take a little bit of damage, but safe for the time being.
Yeah, Alpha actually doing really well, and Max is talking about this on the desk. So Ginny, you know, they've stayed up towards that top 5 spots for quite some time now, and he mentioned as well, you know, it has only been 2 days, but for Alpha, their initial start to day 1 wasn't amazing, so they really had to turn things up quite a bit. I still think they're having some issues in terms of their splits. Again, I think this is more experimentation than anything. They're still trying to make this work, because when it does work, it is absolutely disgraceful what some of these teams have to put up with. Reflect like all the way 200 meters away from the rest of his team, taking some nutty off angles, and it's an interesting type of play style. I think this is one of the teams where you look at them, they're massively team orientated. A lot of times they will sacrifice position to get another player back up again. I think playing as 4 Alpha team is probably one of the best in the lobby, and that's what makes them very good at Miramar, because a lot of times when you get to those later circles, it's all about controlling space, and we saw on the desk that telestration between MADBULLS and SHOCKWAVE, the positioning you have to take in that late game. A lot of times you don't have the similar end circles like on Erangel, where it's just flat zone, right? You know, it's just a shooting range. On Miramar, you've got downhill slopes, you've got little ridge sides you have to play around, little weird tucked away compounds. It's very interesting to me. We do get another fairly central shift, I would say, up towards that north side. Already you can see Gladiators are moving in towards the central side. So really, really good stuff. This is what we want to see from this team. Similarly, Alpha is taking this moment to move in as well.
This is going to be a little tricky for those teams down to the south. San Martin will break teams moving into 2 funnels, one to the east of Hacienda, one to the west, just coming past Crater Fields as well. That's going to cause a little bit of a traffic jam, unless you're willing to go for a wide swing or a roll over the top of that hill that sits just to the south side of the circle. Potential for a lot of conflict here on the south in 2 fronts.
Yeah, I think that there should be maybe more teams going for a wide rotate here, John. It's a little bit odd to me that we aren't seeing that as much here. Everyone's just heading straight towards Hacienda, which is, like you say, going to cause this massive, massive traffic jam. You know, a lot of teams are going to get crumpled up here in the trash compactor down towards Hacienda. So there's massive opportunity right now, especially with this circle. Time is limited, by the way, to move past Graveyard, past Hacienda del Patron towards Cruz de Valle, and then sneak in towards Torre Armada. I think with TUNA Esports and VULGAR boys, though, playing Torre Armada and Campo Militar, it does mean a lot more often that northern side isn't as free as it used to be. We don't see many teams playing in Torre Armada and Campo Militar just because it is so far away from the circle. Those rotations aren't easy on Miramar.
Major Pride looking for one of those rotations, as difficult as it might be. From the south side, they've been slowly pushing up. Don't expect anything else really from this roster. You see they are scouting out ahead of them. A little bit of low ground sits before them, just a little bit north of Hacienda. And they need to cross the plateaus under challenge and under contest. A little bit of a scrap breaking out though to their west side as PERMITTA have the MUERTE to deal with. Doing well so far on the opener, finding that first knock for PERMITTA. For PERMITTA. They have found a second as well. Corker and Milky Way both going down. Malloy looking to try and move up to Corker's position, trying to get a res on board. Athis there to get picked up. A Folly wants to swing out wide a little bit for those off angles. MUERTE taken all the way down there by 2 players. They have not had the best of times on this rotation, and Major Pride have taken a lick as well.
Yeah, MUERTE kind of makes very similar rotations through to Major Pride, and because Major Pride's slightly ahead of them here, they're able to get towards a good spot on San Martin, down towards that southeast side. It's a nice compound to play around with, has some good high ground that you can get up to on that concrete. But for PERMITTA heading up towards this spot as well, they just kind of get the side swipe on MUERTE. I don't think they expected them to be making this rotation. But again, this is what happens when you get so many teams funneling through on that western side towards San Martin. It's the teams that are able to get up here here early. There's a couple of compounds you can take, which gives you a little bit of cover, but the majority area around San Martin is very flat ground. It is quite difficult to make your way out of here. So if you're entering, there's still a team in this location, yeah, life's hard. Life is very, very hard. We get a northeast shift though, so we're heading up towards Torre Armada. This is one of the most hard northeastern circles we've seen in quite some time. Malai though will pick up one player from PERMITTA Esports, but not before he shut that back down by Athis.
They have been scrapping back and forth for quite a while. With the zone still in stage 3, it is Reservoir in the blue. Malloy wants to have an impact though, and it looks like that bleed out is just going to come on through for Mixer. Folly now taking a little bit too much damage there, gets knocked as well coming on through. Not ideal. Athis not having the oversight to control it. That came through from Furia. De Muerte, they still got 2 players and they are still ready to play. Malloy wants to move in, potentially crest this reg against Athis.
I mean, that's a really long shot from Furia as well, so very, very accurate. Athis trying to keep things together. In the meantime, Shockwave cuts out. KONINA power as they make their way into the circle itself. Becca in the back line, looking to see what he can get done, but it's not looking likely right now with the ScarL in hands. Just mixed in with the trees.
Oh, Aza over the ridgeline. Becca ducks back just in time. But now he has to push up, the blue zone crunching him in, but he's going to run straight on into it. Allow a little bit of damage to go his way as Scars now wants to move forwards. Playing on that tree, they think he's gone back into it. They have good game sense on that. He's getting some healing done. Now broadside on the hill. Needs to be careful as to when he pulls the trigger on this one. Spots the second player. They're wary of this rock at this point. Nade being cooked, and Aza might have figured it out. They know that he can't be anywhere else at this point. Nade over the top, and Becca should be going down to the blue zone any second. In fact, it's the shot coming on through from Wagner.
It's a really nice play from Shockwave. I think this team has been very good at holdouts. So for KONINA Power, the green team here in our lobby, mixed in with the trees, pretending to be leaves, but it is August and they will eventually fall there. Very unfortunate for that team. Shockwave will move on forwards, though. I think this team has actually been playing quite well on the edge side. I think they're very good at controlling these edge circles, John, as this holdout team. It does leave them a little bit more desiring for a central position, but often they will wait, clear out as much space as possible on the edge, and then take a strong spot in that late game, as we saw over on our single Miramar yesterday. Titans, though, look at them. They've got a nice central spot over towards water treatment. We'll have some very good high ground to play with. This is the type of spot where, you know, there is a slight ditch towards the top of this elevation that you can play in. You have to shoot at absolutely everybody, though. There is very limited cover when people start to get close, so Titans will have to exert a little bit of that individualistic skill.
You've also got VULGAR boys out to the northeast side on the top of the hill in the compound there, with some really solid lines of cover. They can look downhill, potentially even towards Titan there. KASIK taking some shots from Shockwave, but again, being able to move in uncontested. 5 eliminations already on the game from KASIK. And they're now on the south side of water treatment, making their way in, and now they're playing underneath Titan. The cross from the teams on the west is happening as De Muerte finally do go down fully. TUNA, conflict on that area, will be trying to challenge it out, but SBG are going to try and contest for it as well. Purple wants to try and suppress them, but already 3 are in. Novalo is staying all the way back as a backstop. A nice nade from Victor over the top. Turns him away and down on the nade now. 1 nade sent back and an answer over to Victor. A second found as well, and Alex is knocked. Dagestan have an oversight here as Zero's repositioning. Beast from the Nameless is also moving up to that high ground. Zero moved on off it, and he wants to crash in, backing up the rest of the team. This is what we've said we wanted to see from a few of these teams, is moving in to regroup with the rest of the team from those off angles when it starts to look a little bit hairy, Blank.
Yeah, it's very necessary. I think they've stabilized a bit now, so TUNA Esports can send Zero up this top side, trying to hold out versus this team of SBG. Alex is down, which is a bit unfortunate for the time being. Victor, though, sends what looks to be a nice nade over the top, arcs in. Will it find itself behind the rock, though? I don't think it does. Another smoke been placed right now by the team from TUNA Esports. They're trying to cover off these sightlines because Titans are also in the mix. They're in the wings here.
The east side of the circle looking a little bit barren, but the terrain not really affording too much. Be a difficult position to play from, but certainly an opportunity should you want to take it. PERMITTA moving on in, and the Gladiators on the western side They've been in these buildings for a while now. Some nice early movements from them have afforded them this position. SHOCKWAVE continue to move it in from the south. They lost Scars in the process, 4 eliminations on the card, playing as 3. And they have yet to push up past water treatment. PERMITTA with 2 players alive. Looking to try and get across the open ground, but it's not going to be that easy. No Mercy Warriors looking for the shots over on Orogo, and the flush comes through from Watch Me.
Last player alive right now. So Athis versus Watch Me from No Mercy Warriors. Smoke has been invested, but on this roadside, Gladiators might have an inkling where he is, especially when you see that smoke bloom. It might be time to take a couple of shots down that way. We'll just fully stim up here. Athis, an experienced player back on Eastern Stars. Did get replaced, but now is flexing his muscles over here on PERMITTA. Drop another smoke. And I think for PERMITTA Esports, it is just an unfortunate rotation through so many teams. This will just come with time. Tixi, though, like we were saying earlier, will just move up towards this ridge side. It's very covered off, and this is why Gladiators take this position, so you can quite comfortably clear this entire line from this compound. They're always going to give you cover as you move back down towards it. Next circle, about to shift on our screens, heads up towards VULGAR Boys, who really have not had to move at all. Now, for VULGAR Boys, they need to not take this as a positive. They need to start shooting at a lot of teams now. This is something that we've seen them do a little bit differently in the past, which is being very passive, allowing teams to get up towards that ridge side. So they need to be a bit more aggressive here, John.
Potentially just getting a little bit more control of that area. Not the easiest, and to be honest, they're probably just happy to stay into the game late. Just want to get some points on board. Athis might not have that opportunity afforded to him. You said the Gladiators should be aware of this position. Meku and Kitsune moving up as 2. They're not even going to risk it and send just the one out to the wide angle to potentially get knocked. They are going to play it nice and safe. They have to move, and they are moving along this ridge line that you were talking about, Blank. This covered position to the west of water treatment, and now they're looking to try, after they've covered off what they think is every threat from this angle, potentially. Watch Me's position may be known. Have to wait and see. But Gladiators now have to cross that headland, and this is their difficult move.
Yeah, it's when things get a bit harder, because coming down into water treatment, it is low ground, right? That's the difficulties. What makes Titan's spot quite strong is looking down towards water treatment. You can take some decent shots, especially as teams are trying to crest their way through. But it is SHOCKWAVE still going. 1 player left alive, but KASIK team will put a stop to that one, but not after taking heavy amount of punishment. And even a bit more damage coming through as Trofka hits the deck.
SHOCKWAVE down and out of the mix. TUNA take a knock as well, as Dagestan taking on the Nameless, doing a lot of damage as well. Meku unleashing the Mini 14. The blue zone, though, pushing them around. Watch Me tries to tumble over the top and will not be successful for it. Titan are there. This is the spray down from Tenchik, finds Aza. Terminus on the back, left high and dry. Tries to get back to Buggy, but just doesn't have the cover. Wagner went down pretty soon after that one.
Yeah, it's really good control on the 3X as well, like a laser beam there. Snowick steps up for just a second, and Kitsune absolutely takes his head off.
Goodness me. SBG eliminated now. 8 teams remain. The Gladiators are clearing their path. They have these ridges to move through. The Titans not going to be taking a look down this hill to their west. In fact, they're going to be more concerned over towards water treatment. On a 2-2 split, this is a little bit vulnerable for Titans. If they lose a player, if Robs or Havlik goes down, the Gladiators should swarm this. Alpha across the way on the high ground that they have might have a sightline out here as well.
This is a cheeky little move coming through from Titans. Double nade over the top side. Tixi goes down to Icy from what is a very nice little angle off on the edge. Really, really well played, though. They know exactly where the crest is on this hill, where you have to push over the top. So they both sit here with nades. So dangerous to make this kind of move, but it will hold out Gladiators. What they really want to do is to get in towards that position nice and quickly, which is why you do see this sort of split coming through. Now, oh boy, once again, back in the compound. Isn't moving too much. I know he needs to watch oversight, but again, we'll just have to trust his team to go for the 3v4 here.
IC on the wide swing, Kitsune falls victim to it. They've lost Robs on the top though, and that is a trade. A flush coming through as well as a lot of damage eaten by Havlik. Doesn't go down just yet, but they're giving as good as they get. Sending it out, and you said they had to trust the team. Robs has fallen sure, but the Gladiators are being dispatched. Titan needing to pick Icy back up in the meantime, and Matic is still in action. Maku looks for a res from his teammate as well, but he's going to crawl out for some info. Shot's not going to be able to go through, but the nade is over the top. It was just a stun grenade, but Matic goes a little bit too bold, gets pushed back, and Havlik handles him.
Finally, Old Boy comes out from the building. Actually provides a little bit of support, but 8 eliminations so far. Really strong start to their game. KASIK team do still have to leave water treatment, so I think Old Boy was hoping to hold them out as long as possible. As soon as the fight becomes a little bit too difficult for the guys from Titan, he will come and assist finally. Obito drops them with the Mangekyo Sharingan, will set him ablaze, and then will continue on his way.
I have no idea what you just said, but it sounded great, Blank. We're going to be seeing if they can keep that one going into the west position, because they did lose a player out on the west for Titan. See if they can push on up and past that with a little bit of an opening for Obito on that western edge. Dagestan as well, moving in from that northwestern side as Alpha teams start to crunch in. VULGAR boys, they've lost a player as well on that northeast compound. As you said before, they just haven't had to move.
Yeah, and again, it's a case of just not really much happening over there, you know. Head empty, no thoughts, just sit in the compound. And as much as this compound is very strong, there needs to be a little bit more from that spot, right? You have so much opportunity to be taking shots at so many teams. In the meantime, Alpha's kind of had free reign to just control this south side. Little to no angles being peaked right now by VULGAR boys, and Alpha has been doing fantastically well off the back of it. Now, it's a good thing Titans do come back this way. I think they realized the KASIK team was still making their way out of the town itself, so they will catch them just as they leave. In the meantime, though, Old Boy finds Tenshik, a really good pickup.
Important for KASIK team as well, because it means that they can have a little bit more time. Tenshik was a major threat to that position. Unlikely that these two get back on their feet. Those knocks that came through earlier, most likely going to be confirmed. Only time will do so. Unicorn does get flushed away by Icy. He doesn't want to let them have any opportunity to have those points stolen away. And with 9 eliminations, you can see they are game to wrap these ones up. Tenshik crawls his way back on over, gets that res after the smokes have bloomed, and Alpha can stay as 4. Blank, you said this roster was potentially one of the best teams as 4, and right now they are the only team as 4 in this lobby.
Yeah, I think they can play fairly decently from this location because VULGAR boys just isn't causing them any problems whatsoever. It means that their side of the map is extremely strong. Once again, though, Old Boy finds himself another knock. Havlik steps up and just goes for the big old spray down towards his team. And the reason they're looking for so many of these eliminations is because their day one started off so slow. They need these big points. They need these big eliminations to really rack up those points to get towards the top of the lobby. Another Molotov comes through, and that should be the finish.
Right on the bonnet, slips off the side, and it is going to turn them plenty crispy, you're right. Moving up north now, the Titans can start to lead out their assault over to the Alpha position. Icy leads that brigade. As Havlik and Old Boy stay a little bit further back, the zone closes in and keeps the VULGAR boys in this next one. Dagestan can now start to take shots over towards Titan, but those hills just really, really crinkly around this area. Blank, there's a lot of cover that you can move through.
Icy has made one crazy rotate over towards Alpha team. Actually got behind them, and this is what I was talking about earlier, sacrificing position to get the res off for Alpha. They moved down the hill with the smokes to pick Tenshik back up again. In the meantime, though, this is a really good move coming through from Icy. Immediately takes the high ground off of Alpha. What a play coming through from this guy. Really good read, but this is where this playing for 4 players all the time comes back to bite Alpha team.
Tenshik, they call him the yo-yo. He's been up and down more than a skyscraper's elevator. He is not having a good time on these hills. Old Boy, though, finally gets a little bit too bold and is humbled slightly. But in the meantime, Icy is dealing damage to the back lines of Alpha. and continuing to keep them suppressed and on the outside. They are no longer as that full force. Old boy yet to get res, but that's only going to be a matter of time. And Icy wants more. He's going to continue to swing around this headland. Alpha playing as down to 2 now after their backlines got taken away, as Titan are going to try and play as 2 themselves. Reflect needs to hold his angle, needs to hold his ground, because Zashipa will not be able to do so. Reflect has a good spray to start, but will not be able to find the second, and Titan will lose Old Boy, but they're playing with 2 from the south.
It's a really good play coming through from Titan as well. I think it's a good call from Old Boy to tell his team to just go for the wipe, right? If they can clear out that side, then they get protection from the angles that's coming through on the west from Dagestan as well as TUNA Esports. He knows he's going to go down there. It's not really worth it calling for the reds, because that point Alpha team might be able to get some sort of an advantage over the 2 guys in Havlik as well as Icy. So I think that is definitely a very good salvage play. But down to now just 2 players. Icy will have to go for the res on Havlik. A little bit dangerous here. Barely a little bit of cover available to them. VULGAR boys, yeah, they've been very quiet. They might get 10 points this game, but it's nothing compared to 16 elimination points total, John.
This is really good stuff for Titan. They've been able to put a massive dent into those points tables. They were in that 50-point bracket at the start of the game. This is just going back over to Obito's run as well, who, with the rest of his team, has managed to get 11. We speak about 16 for Titan. Let's talk about TUNA. They have managed to rack up so many just from this solo position. They're up into 4th place as well. They're in a shack out on the west side. He's got the AUG, a powerful weapon. If he spots Titan, potential to ladder up into 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Obito's been playing some Jonin-level sneak maneuvers right now, just the ninja that TUNA Esports needed to make sure they could get through into a late placing. He's done fantastically well versus a lot of these teams. So it's a 2v1, v2, v3, with VULGAR boys with some insane advantage in terms of this compound. But again, it is just way too passive. And this game is basically won off of the back of a compound and off the back of a circle. This really does not speak to anything in terms of VULGAR boys' ability to actually control a match. Now, Dagestan moves up, Keep and Limbo on the other side, Titan attempting to keep them at bay. Tresley's on his own though, so if Titan, Havlik and Icy can isolate him, potentially there's a chance for him to take control of this side of the compound, which will be huge.
The timing of this is so important. Tresley's moving back up to deal with that Dagestan threat, and that allows Titan into the compound. Dagestan losing one of their players leaves Limbo solo, but he's on the outside, and VULGAR boys do not have the inside track to this final zone closure blank. Potential to be a little bit of an upset here. You said it was one off the back of a compound. It might be a little bit more tough than that, because Icy's made his way up to this hillside now. Look at the power that you can have from this position. Limbo might be able to spot him. If he wants to step up, he might be being suppressed right now by the VULGAR boys spot, but Tresley launches that nade over the top. Icy, though, ever wary, moves a little bit too far away for it to do more than a tickle.
He's just edging backwards and forwards there in a single position to bait the nade into that spot. Very smart, very well done. And that's the last player now from Dagestan going down. 1 elimination bound for the VULGAR boys. Tresley spots out Havlik, maybe looks to take the shot, but we'll just wait for the rest of this team. Very, very disciplined here, looking to finish off the game. At least 3 eliminations. Now, Icy on the low ground, going to be slightly difficult for them, but I think they're hoping that this will force the guys from VULGAR boys over towards their spot, right? They're going to wait for the circle to close in and then take them in this close quarters combat. It's going to be difficult, John, but if anyone can pull it off, it is Icy and Havlik.
He's a little bit low on those nades, and Havlik no better either. I think Icy only had 2 Molotovs there and a stun grenade. No smokes, no HEs. No chance of a resupply either. I think they know Havlik's on this rock as well, so with the zone closing, he's going to have to peek it. Tresley should have the drop here, should have the angle. Havlik appears. He moves over the top. Happy Feet goes for the answer, but will not be able to find the damage. It's all up to Icy now for Titan. Looks for a target, but cannot decide which one to go for. And there you go. 3 eliminations on the game, but it's Titan all the way for me, Blank. 18 eliminations on that game. What a massive performance from that south side. Unfortunately, the final hurdle of the VULGAR boys was just too much.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be a slight misplay in the end there. I think I can understand what they were trying to go for, but when you've got that massive hilltop in front of you, the circle's not going to push VULGAR boys in quick enough for you to take advantage of that. And I think, you know what, Havlik might have just been better playing the refrag position over in the compound behind Icy. But whatever, 18 eliminations, it's still amazing with a second place. You know, you're looking at 24 points off the back of that.
Yeah, it's a huge game coming through from Titan to move them further up those tables. The Gladiators going down early means that that gap can be closed. You've also got TUNA putting 11 eliminations on the board with a 4th place. A lot of big moves happening in this Miramar, and hopefully we'll see a couple more to come. Let's head back over to you in the studio.
All right, a chicken dinner for VULGAR boys, but Max, 18 eliminations. What? How? When?
It was not an easy game too, because continuously when they were fighting Gladiators, you had Alpha Team on the south angle just taking shots, really slowing down that line of defense for the entirety of Titan at the time. So it was not easy to hold on to the north of water treatment. But what? 24! You don't even get yourself the chicken dinner, and then you have VULGAR boys that get himself to win, but only 3 elimination points. They were on an absolute warpath here, Titan Gaming, and I love it. It was not like this big synergy play, because they're still like really strong individually and able to overwhelm people with those strong individual like skills they have. But I love the communication they had playing that 2-2 split. You're keeping tabs on the teams inside of water treatment while also making sure Gladiators on the west cannot enter the circle at all. I love how Titan played that one. So there was some glimpse of really strong synergy here in that 2-2 split that I really appreciated. And I want to see that continue, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's an impressive game, to say the least, from the side of Titans. Gladiators as well, they do manage to get themselves a placement point and 2 eliminations, but they were in a little bit of a sticky spot once the circle shifted. Major Pride, though, I think that was one of the teams that we did say we're going to keep our eyes on for today. We did say we're looking how they're going to be changing. We said it's very, very important for them to come through with double-digit games if they want to hold on to that PMGC spot that they currently have in terms of the gap between them and the second place. But unfortunately, again, no points, not a singular one, Max, on the board, and that is starting to look a little bit scary.
Yeah, they're a little bit overwhelmed trying to leave San Martin, like the western side of San Martin, because you had those high ground positions they had a hard time transitioning through, so it made it really tough for them to get in that position. But the thing is, it's not even just a bad game. This is a 0-point game. This is horrendous, because that lead that we talked has already been dwindling in 2 days of play. We could potentially continue the rest of today, and you're going to see MADBULLS doing really well. You're going to see Gladiators try and salvage some points when they lose players early, which happens sometimes, and
you're going to see
the way to go.
You're going to see Havlik. Yeah, with 8 elims. I mean, 1,150 damage, 8 elims, all to his lonesome name. 18 elims in total, so the rest of the team as well, of course, adding a lot to that tally. But Havlik, you know what, Max, has been very consistent, has been consistently showing up on these match reports in terms of damage, eliminations, and that's impressive to say the least.
Yeah, him and Icy have worked together so well this match. It's insane how especially Icy was able to just send it over to the ridge of Alpha Team. Alpha Team had no excuse not holding that ridge line. They just allowed Icy to just rock up, and the moment he was holding that angle, they were down in a dip and they could not escape from it. So Icy had a really good position, but playing in tandem with Havlik the way they did, really the fragging duo of this match. And I mean, clearly, I think we have been able to witness slowly but surely that Old Boy is not going to be that fragger that I think a lot of people expected at the start of the season. He is purely going to be leading the shots. You even saw it this game. Old Boy got knocked, and he clearly said to the guys, don't res me, finish off the entirety of Alpha Team, and then you can start aiming for the late game. And if you can res me after, go for it. He got flushed, unfortunately, but because of that, they buy enough time to get on a better position, take down the entirety of Alpha Team, and then have an entry point into the podium finish at the end. And Havlik, these plays with the utility and just making sure the KASIK team could not escape water treatment was so good. This is their best game by far, even though they did get himself a chicken dinner to kick off the day yesterday. But I want to see more than just like one strong game and then they just fizzle out. I want to see a continuation of this.
Yeah, I think as well, like the fact that they're starting off today so strong, identical to how strongly they started yesterday, it's a bit of a testament as to what they are capable of, and they're not going to fizzle out. Again, the fact that they are newer in terms of playing with each other might be sometimes a little stumbling block along the way. But if anything, what we've seen from them individually stepping up to the plate has been incredible. So I'm thinking the longer time goes on, Max, the more they get used to each other, the scarier they're going to be. And they're already so scary.
Yeah, strong synergy and being able to trust your teammates is not something you're going to do that easily. And, well, no, sometimes it works out just great and the stars align. 3.4k damage.
Wow.
That is ludicrous on a Miramar. We've been having some record-breaking games on Miramar, which is not the map you'd really expect it to happen on, but it worked out perfectly for them. Though, due respect also to TUNA, we talked about Titan a lot here. TUNA coming into, I think, the very northern side on the east of La Cobreria, playing that high ground next to Oasis. Their transition points were really good, just making sure they're not getting too involved with some of these fights. So I can appreciate what they were doing it, just like cleaning the Northwest every single step of the way. And as I say for a lot of these teams, when they have one good game, I want to see more of those good games because TUNA has got a decent roster here.
Yeah, TUNA has got a decent roster, and so far we haven't seen much from them, so them being able to creep into these high damage dealers is maybe a sign of life. They are coming to life, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, so looking forward to that. Gladiators though, Max Blank is like, what's going on here? 2 Olims, 1,000 damage is all that they were able to do last game, but that's fine. It's a warm-up game, first game of the day, but with that they do manage to get themselves 3 points, which does allow them to still stay on that second place at 85, only 10 points behind MADBULLS. And Major Pride, I'm so sorry that I will have to say this again, but they're just, with every game played, falling lower and lower and lower into the rankings.
Not what you want from your boys of Major Pride. It's
yeah, boy.
I don't know. It's weird because you would see them last season, and sure, the first phase was a little bit rough for them, but I don't think they have that excuse anymore because, well, they've built that team synergy. And also, Effect, I believe also this game was not playing. I believe he's somewhere not available right now. He's missing in action, so he might be coming back in the second half of this phase, but currently not having Effect has been having a drastic effect.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
It sucks. You really need Effect on your team, right? Because he was an MVP contender in spring, and maybe not having Effect play this first half of the phase is going to mean your team doesn't make into PMGC, and that would suck.
That would indeed, and let's not start talking about that. Okay, we don't want to jinx it, but when we're looking as well towards the lower end of the table, I think these teams have had the occasional points on the board here and there, but it's not been as, you know, it's been a little lackluster. It's not been as impressive as maybe we wanted it to see. So we're going to be heading on to Sanhok, and we have teams that have historically performed really well onto Sanhok. KONINA Power being one of those teams. Maybe that was during spring, but this time around, unfortunately, they're not on it. Titan, though, they are still second, third in the lead when it comes to damage on Sanhok, so that is something to be scared of. But NEXUS with 2,000 on a Sanhok max, that is interesting, if I'm putting it. I don't know what else to say, really.
It is interesting, of course, NEXUS. You're hoping to see them follow up their success of yesterday on Sanhok with that second place against Gladiators. But I want to bring up a point here that is very, very, very interesting. And we're back to the big three conversation. Gladiators, MADBULLS, Major Pride. MADBULLS and Gladiators both on here when it comes to map performances on this map. You see who's not up here? Major Pride.
No.
That means you would expect, again, their lead to be shortened once again. We're not seeing him pop off on any of these maps, which really sucks. So Major Pride need to start to think about a big change, a big iteration. And one big change I also want to witness, if we're talking about other teams who have a little bit of time before going in this game, I want to see VULGAR boys, if they have this exact situation happen like we just saw on Miramar, and have a central position with some really good lines of defense, some really good ridges to play from, I want to see them start popping off. I want to see them start blast against everyone in the lobby and just not get a 3-elimination chicken dinner. If they get another chicken dinner in this tournament, which from seeing their macro playstyle, I think there's a very high chance of that happening, I want to see double digits minimum. Like, VULGAR boys need to see that eliminations are so much more valuable in this current ecosystem compared to a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, where chicken dinners were so much more valuable. It's not the case anymore. You need to start fragging out.
Yeah, you need to start fragging out indeed. And I do think, though, that it's quite a positive testament to VULGAR boys, the fact that they were able to stay for such a long time into the game. They get to that late game. You're then faced up with the Titan of Titan, who are rolling in on 18 eliminations and still being able to hold on to that position and get that chicken dinner. I think, if anything, it's a morale and a confidence boost for them, and hopefully going into the next one that could hopefully give them a positive spin. But we've spoken so much about Titan, so let's check in with them specifically and see what they are doing.
Time and time again, here he is still causing issues. Has to get the quick heal off though. 2 seconds on that one as he's being pushed. Knows he needs to back off around a corner. Tries to drop to the prone.
Then excuse me now. 1 versus 3 against Effect. Move in up the top rope, but it's greatest guests in the world waiting their turn. Do you want the chicken dinner? Anyone else? Does anyone else want it?
They onwards but up comes the vehicle. Oh, it overshoots ever so slightly, but a great opportunity.
Down. A furious high ground is looking
though. 2 seconds on that one as he's being pushed.
Needs to drop some more smoke, get some healing done, because right now there's only 1 play.
A very important question was asked during that interview, Max, and that was, does anyone else want the chicken dinner?
I'd like one, yeah.
I would also really like one. I think Titan would also really like one. I'm not sure if they are playing in the next Sanhok, but again, this is going to be the chance for them to roll in. Again, taking a little bit of a break then. They are taking a little bit of a break. They're coming back for the next map, and then they're going to be rolling in on that momentum that they maybe secured in that first game. And I think as well, having that break potentially for them beneficial to sit down and go, okay, where did it go wrong? Not really much, because 18 elims doesn't sound like it went wrong, but just in terms of the placement points.
They're like, oh, we'd like a chicken dinner. How about we get 2 chicken dinners worth of eliminations?
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah,
this time around for this game, though, PERMITTA Esports, SHOCKWAVE, Titan Gaming, and VULGAR Boys not going to be playing in this match. Though I still have no idea what's happening with VULGAR Boys and PERMITTA continuously fighting one another. It's just like it's fate. They're just fated to meet up on their rotation at one point. Just one team's going to come out on top, and the other is going to be unfortunately meeting their very dead end at that point. So I'd like to see. But yeah, we're going to see the comeback of MADBULLS, NEXUS Gaming, VIRTUS.PRO, and Unicorns of Love on this game. And NEXUS, we know that they can start popping off here, so I want to see the pop-off of NEXUS here again with another win to kick off their day.
Absolutely, that's going to be so exciting to see, but also looking forward to see MADBULL on their first game of today, which is going to be Sanhok, and we're going to be heading over to our casters, John and Blank, to walk us through what's been going on and what will be happening.
The MADBULLS, of course, one of those big 3 teams. They were on the Sanhok performance graphic that we had earlier as well, Blank. I think it was somewhere in the 6 elimination average region, which is a great start to their tournament, as we know they've had. So hopefully their first entry here will be similarly representative of that performance so far.
Yeah, MADBULLS have been playing kind of out of their minds at the moment. I think they've been having some very, very good games. Obviously didn't play on that Miramar previously, but I do think that MADBULLS have a chance now to lengthen their lead once again. Obviously, some of the teams beneath them caught up just a little bit, but they're still firmly ahead. And I think just positioning-wise, MADBULLS looks a lot better. I think just some of those adjustments that have been made since last season are in terms of being able to regroup a lot better, be less impatient with some of their pushes, and also reining Tulika in a bit. Because this is the thing, right? I think that reining Tulika in, it sounds like I am dissing Tulika. I'm not. I think Tulika's actually an insanely good player, right? Because you've already got Zerich, you've got Flique, who are both very good players in their own right. Flique coming from MUERTE back in the day, kind of an unknown player, really showed his stars, showed his mettle in some of those tournaments that was quickly picked up by MADBULLS because he is just that good. But Tulika, on the other hand, I had these moments where, you know, he could either lose you the game or he could win you the game because he's an insane fragger, takes some incredible angles, but I think recently he's been playing way more with the team, so you don't see him as much in the elimination feed, getting 3 eliminations then dying. Those 3 eliminations looked amazing, by the way, but this time around, you know, he's getting those crucial knocks, those crucial eliminations when it counts the most. So I think this is what's changed MADBULLS a lot, is they're still taking some slightly more risky approaches to their end game in terms of taking up space. But as a team now, they just look so much cleaner.
A southwest shift on the circle gives MADBULLS a pretty solid spot on this one as well. They can guard out the Gladiators' bridge rotation on that western side. Major Pride likely to descend to that trifecta compound to block out that Gladiators' rotation a little bit further on the east. The south, though, of this southwest island, a little bit chock-a-block right now, Blank. The Nameless joined Unicorns Alive in their readjusted position down south.
Yeah, it's very difficult now to play this one out. And you can see also an adjustment coming through from Alpha Team. They're actually heading down towards Cave and Docks. So No Mercy Warriors, KONINA Power, TUNA Esports all dropped in that region. I mean, KONINA Power as well as TUNA Esports are both playing the trash drops that basically lines up from the top side of Quarry up towards Paris' source. So pretty uncomfortable for both those sides, especially with No Mercy Warrior playing the compounds to the western side of Quarry. So it's very, very difficult. And this is what you'll always see when we have these 20-team lobbies. Not 20 teams right now, 16 teams, but 20 teams in terms of the amount of groups that we have here and the amount of drop spots that have to be accounted for every single game. So it's a little bit difficult to always choose your spot on the map. Some teams only have to prep for 2 maps a day, like you were saying, John. I think that's Group C. Am I correct?
Yes, yeah, it's Group C.
Yeah, which is way easier. Yeah.
You only have 2 maps per day because that middle map is the only map that is played once each day. Today, it's Erangel, so you would have only had to come into today prepping for Sanhok and Miramar. So you only have 2 of those sheets that you have to remember. Surely everyone is fully prepared for every map, but it's just a matter of how much information you have to hold at one time, fully at the front of your mind.
And again, filling out 2 sheets, you can take a bit more time with that than filling out with 3. That's just the simple truth of it at the end of the day. Looking right now at the map, though, Nexus, who we know incredibly good up towards that northern side in Cow, aren't being pressured. That's where they tend to start really losing their thunder here on Sanhok, is when they get pressured up in Cow, because that starts to ruin a lot of their rotations coming down towards the south side a lot of times, especially when you start to see a circle like this, which is on the southwest side. You do not want that happening to you. Titan's not playing, though, so Painan relatively clear right now for KASIK team, which gives them a bit of a bump in terms of advantage on this circle itself. Rotating out Painan always gives you a lot of options, especially towards that northeast side. Thing is, though, John, playing in Painan does also create a lot of indecision, because you could easily rotate up towards the northeast. You could also easily rotate down towards the southwest. For some teams, they only have one option of the northeast and the southwest, so a lot of times in Painan, you're kind of just stuck there going, guess we wait for zone 3?
Yeah, it can be a little bit unfortunate. You have that decision paralysis, right, of not really knowing which of those options to go for. You saw Palucci picking up one of the players there. I believe that was from No Mercy. No, wait, hang on a minute. No, from TUNA, sorry, over on the north side of Quarry. And they are still locked into it a little bit. We saw Obito go very, very far into the previous match, but is in a lot more danger this time around. Fully surrounded by KONINA Power right now, very split from the rest of his team. And not really with a chance to get away from this one just yet. One thing I am looking at, and I talk about this rotation a lot, Blank, but I think it's one of the more interesting early rotation sets that we have, is the Gladiators now have actually moved relatively quickly, comparatively to their previous performances, over to that trifecta compound and ahead of Major Pride. Obito does get spotted and should be taken down here. But the Gladiators have got control of the west side of trifecta compound.
Yeah, now this is actually a really big adjustment, because this is very much a change that's come through. This is something that's happened in the back end of the team. Tixie sent down here. Major Pride instantly challenged it. They found just Tixie there. It immediately knocked him and flushed him. Easy life, right? But this was, again, and one of the maps where I was slightly concerned with for Gladiators is a case that they go back to their old usual playstyle, which is hanging around on Northwest Island as long as possible, waiting for other teams to make that rotate before them, waiting for that really safe rotate on the edge playstyle. But I think for Sanhok, a lot of games, especially in third person, are just won off the back of a strong central position on this map itself. If you can't get that early on, you're playing edge. A lot of times you are just squeezing into open area in the end game where teams can just take some really good shots at you. So I'm really enjoying this immediate push down towards trifecta. They understand that if Major Pride wanted to come over here, they were likely to be set by a nasty surprise coming through from the 4-man team, all taking team shots over towards Major Pride themselves. This also works as a great holdout towards that bridge on the northwest edge of Painan. So again, Major Pride might be dipping a little bit lower on a map that they used to be pretty much famed for.
They'll have to try and find a crossing. I wonder if they know that the Gladiators are here. I imagine they will have either seen or heard one or two of those vehicles moving. And in fact, yeah, they aren't going to go for that trifecta position. Instead, are they going to crash? No, they're just going to head up to the hills to the north and to the east of Painan, potentially get a little bit of oversight position there and figure out where they want to go from that point.
Yeah, if you know the Titans aren't playing in this game, you can quickly take that ridge side and the compound over towards the bridge crossing. Hopefully, maybe pick off one of the players from KASIK team. Then you know there's only one team in Painan. You can likely assault that northwest side. It is a bit weaker in terms of the compounds inside Painan, but with only 3 players from KASIK team remaining in that instance, then you can take much better control. But for the time being, I think Major Pride right now, it's opportunistic play that they're looking for. If they can clear out some of the teams trying to rotate down from that northeast side, then they get a bit more space on this edge to play around with. But for Major Pride, they will just have to wait their turn. NEXUS comes through, and it might just be a quick send over the bridge for them now, actually, looking for that compound just on the other side.
Yeah, and immediately they mount up and try and go for it. Dagestan not so lucky, not permitted to move as fast. Zashipa does go down in the process, but he's inside the building for Alpha Team, and they should be able to go for that res. Just Shifa remains. One of the best smiles in the business, but I'm not going to be smiling too much now, I'm sure. Dagestan left down on that one player. We spoke about blank that decision paralysis that KASIK team may have faced, and it might have set in just a little bit too long for it to really give them a strength that they can play from in Painan, because now a lot of teams have found that area to the southwest side, and they will not really have too many opportunities to leave Painan in the direction they want to go.
Yeah, it really depends where this next circle goes, right? Because this still could center upon Painan, but you are, like you say, John, just hoping. You're praying for that shift over towards Painan side. There was a lot of opportunity to take stronger compounds within the circle, but it's hard to give up on Painan a lot of times. I don't particularly like Painan as an ending spot for a lot of these teams, especially when they're the only team in it. When you've got 2 teams in Painan, you can comfortably just live there as roommates, essentially. Unicorns Love, though, versus Dark Project. Nade through the door, sees if he can spot a couple of these players on the outside. There is a DBS for KASIK.
Banks the nade off the side. Nice place. I think that just fell short. Burns the floor as well. Drops the smoke on the outside. He just wants to dissuade this fight for long enough for the rest of the Unicorns to move into position, to get an angle. And it's in fact MUERTE who are going to be able to chime into the engagement as well. They've lost 1 or 2 in the process, but not having the best time for Woodson. That is unfortunate. They were holding out for so long, so well, but Dark Project have managed to pick up that point, and that is a really devastating to the position for the Unicorns of Love as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice play coming through from KASIK there. I think he realizes that, you know, the shot's been taken at Unicorns of Love. Needs to take this moment of a little bit of panic coming through from them to just immediately jump out of the DBS. His best time to do it. It's a very hard-hitting weapon in that close range. So, yeah, it's a smart play from KASIK. Unfortunately, a couple of his teammates will go down because of it. So, he'll be leaving Dark Project down to just 2 players. Not having the most luck at the moment is Dark Project in this tournament. They seem to be just facing a lot of trials and tribulations, and it just comes through a lot of the rotates that they are trying to make on this map a lot of times. And now, especially with Unicorns of Love now standing down towards the south side, it is massively cramped in this area. You know, it's elbow to elbow. Very difficult to play around with. MUERTE, though, they need to start playing just a little bit safer. I think a lot of their rotates are just taking them into a huge amount of conflict a lot of times. They're happy to fight it. I know they are. But be a bit careful at Purple, though, with the shots here around the window, around the door side.
KONINA Power, they're trying to keep this one together. They have got 4 players alive. I thought he was going to have stepped back outside, Blake. It looked like he went in and instantly stepped back out, but it did manage to connect on the DBS shot there. So nicely found for KONINA Power to keep this one together. You spoke about how crunched this south side is, and I think that's in no small part due to the MADBULLS, Blank. They started in that Tambang ruins area. They moved down to the compounds just north of Nakam, and slowly they've marched east. Nobody has had free reign on their side, and now with this shift, they are controlling so much of these of this terrain, so many of these teams on the south.
Yeah, just suffocating a lot of the teams on the south side, because the lineup they had was just preventing any team from getting through. Nice shots coming through from Furia, will take down off Hayes. And that's one initial elimination for them. MUERTE might consider just heading down towards Camp Charlie and trying to get through that way. They could go for a wide rotate up towards Painan side. That might be quite dangerous though, because you're going to be in the blue for quite some time. At stage 3, that is starting to hurt quite a little bit. And with Korka and Malloy split off from the team, I'm really unsure of what the play is to make here. MADBULLS again took their risky split in the beginning with that line, but it did afford them a really, really strong compound down towards that south side of Ruins. Gladiators are now just slowly crawling in from that northern edge. They know roughly where Major Pride is. They should have information on them, but this is a fight that will certainly have to happen if Gladiators want to make it further into this circle.
Yeah, Kitsune did scout out further south earlier on in this match. He was turned back by Major Pride's position, but now they will need to leave that trifecta compound. Instead, though, they turn away and are going to go to the north side of Ruins, potentially guarding out SBG from crossing, and then they can start to move in. Ruins is a very difficult position to play around. There's that hill to the south side, but if you try and go into the middle of it, you're basically never leaving if you get into these late circles. It looks like the Gladiators might have opted to do that, though.
Yeah, again, if you get up towards the top side of Ruins in the middle, there is some nice high ground you can play around with, potentially take some shots. You see Matic, Tixi, Kitsune all sending round. I think they assume there's a player coming through here. And again, it's quite difficult for them to rotate down towards the south side versus Major Pride. So perhaps it's just a decision of like, look, we head towards Ruins, we sweep on the northern edge. There is a massive amount of teams coming through from the south side. So if we can control northwest, this is going to give us the best chance in this match. So they take up Ruins. They're going to go central in here. I like this play. This is an interesting play, but it will certainly require them to hit some big shots towards our VIRTUS.PRO or SBG.
I mean, it is very, very dangerous, I find, to step into Ruins when you know a lot of teams are going to be looking at you. Certainly this late in the day, we'll have to wait and see if they're able to capitalize and look for more of that sweeping position, but they seem to have holed up now. MUERTE on the south side in the meantime. Unicorns of Love close by. Nexus have been swinging around on that south side for quite a while, and it looks like everybody's going to be crunched right towards the coasts near Nakam. As MUERTE have managed to get out of the zone. Unicorns of Love with Maxa forwards. We'll see and hear these positions, these rotations. Malloy seemingly unaware that there's a player right behind these logs. He will have been spotted behind this, but will it be a danger to him? Maxa is going to throw that nade in seemingly as Malloy repositions away, so not going to be loosed just yet.
Circle centers down towards this southeast side, so MADBULLS still in, no Mercy Warriors. KASIK team as well, happy with how this one did end up. They will still have to deal with KONINA Power, who are slowly making their way in, but in the blue right now at stage 4, very difficult. MUERTE very much suffering for this rotation. Kapahala was able to take out Milky Way on that side, and it's a really good read from Kapahala and the rest of the team. Yes, he goes down, but they get a really good angle over towards Malloy, and Doran sprays disgustingly over their way. We'll find at least one. Octavian takes a couple of shots from Rolkis.
Pressure from the logging camp, but Unicorns of Love are not out of it fully just yet. Nexus eating damage from VIRTUS.PRO as well as Doran gets lit up like a Christmas tree. But he's not going to be feeling very festive after that one. Doran down as well, so Nexus taken down to pieces. MUERTE dispatched, and Unicorns of Love, they're just trying to survive with Rolkis for as long as possible. This south rotation, the pressure that MADBULLS exerted earlier, is really starting to pop now.
It is very difficult. I mean, it's all because of MADBULLS, like you say, because they've been taking some really good shots. Again, like we said, when you get a central position like this, when you have position like this for so long, you just have to shoot at a lot of teams. And that's exactly what MADBULLS have been doing. They're not afraid to do it. They know they've got really good compound cover to get back into, so it's very smart. There we go. MADBULLS again, another one onto Malloy. Furia last alive now for MUERTE as Nexus tries to barrel in with Redox.
Sending straight on through the middle, down in those valleys, which, if you're a solo player, a lot safer, a little bit less information, and that is actually going to come back to bite them as effect. Hey, he's here. He's going to pick up.
Yeah, I think this guy was actually playing in another event, if I'm not mistaken. I think Max was telling me about this. So he's back again. And again, it's good to have Effect on the team because he is a really, really strong player. Nomi, Dino, Black White Effect. I think that is probably the strongest squad that they will have here. We've got 3 major Pride predictions. I'm going for SBG here. I think they are a little bit split right now. So if SBG can get in from this north side, perhaps there is a difference maker here, as they are as a full 4 squad.
And the Gladiators, they try to leave ruins and it goes poorly. I mean, I can't say I wasn't expecting that, but I was hoping that maybe they were going to be able to pull something else out of the bag. Major Pride have identified a threat on the north side as well in SBG, and they will move in immediately to control this ground. But they're giving up a little bit of pressure over onto the eastern sides of this next circle, which might allow teams like KASIK to move a little bit closer and get a better position.
Yeah, I mean, KASIK has actually had a pretty free game ahead of them. SBG quickly just head down towards that low ground. They can actually just walk up on Dino's spot, though, as Major Pride do send very far out towards that east. Like, they're worried about teams coming in to backstab them as soon as a lot of these shots came through. So very wary. They understand, though, because SBG is so much on this low ground, they have the chance to go for this wide split over towards the east side. It's unlikely SBG is going to get a lot of work done, and Kitsune can really actually cause some big problems for SBG as a squad.
If he moves along this ridge side uncontested by Major Pride, you're right, certainly a threat lying in wait that they may be unaware of as well. SBG corralled into corner as Major Pride move back out to the east side. SBG, that ridge up is really linear in terms of the approach that you have to take to it. If you get lined up on, it's really going to be a bad time. But they managed to make it through so far and up to the buildings that Major Pride used to hold. Kitsune launches the nade. Navalo was taken low on that approach, but survives for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, SPG realized they just need to restabilize here. They're fighting versus 2 teams, get a compound, get some cover to work with, and play from there. Major Pride, on the other hand, they're going to try and sweep from this northeast side. It has the high ground available to it, which is why they've taken it. It's why they've controlled it for so long, too. This could actually be a big game for them. Kitsune tries to rock up, but MADBULLS have got so much control over the map right now. Up to 8 eliminations, it looks like they're going to go even further on this match as well in terms of the leaderboards. Nade's been sent through, and they are on the warpath at the moment.
Furia and Malloy from MUERTE, they're next to potential victims here, but Alpha, maybe more importantly, I say Alpha, just Tenchik there left on the inside. Don't know where his teammate is. Zashipa's actually all the way on the southeast. You can see that on the minimap on the top right there. So very, very split from Alpha, trying to hedge their bets and try and get deeper into this game. Malloy low, bleeding out. Nade's not finding the answer they're looking for. Furia launches another one, but it's just not going to find it. And now he's caught on the edge. Tenchik next up to feel the pressure from the MADBULLS as they are up to 9 eliminations.
Tenchik to hold on to this tiny bit of space that he currently has. Zashipa down on bended knee, down towards that southeast side, so it will just be him left remaining. Not many teams towards the center of the map at the moment. Palucci tries to get away, but Effect shuts them down almost instantaneously. Furia, though, looks like he had eyes on for just a second. Zerich takes a bit of a beating. Will be backed off.
Tenchik has moved all the way into the middle. Now has successfully got there. Can he stay alive? SPG in the meantime will have to leave, and the MADBULLS have brilliant sightlines, but Zerich goes down, and a nice spray from Narvalo is going to be able to find it. Can they keep this control going? Unfortunately, there's the shots from Tulika. Narvalo goes down first. SPG caught on the inside here. Not going to be able to survive this one. SnowX moves on forwards. Yeah, Victor gets cut down on the cross, and SPG getting pulled to pieces by the MADBULLS.
Yeah, KASIK confused by this play from SPG. It's almost suicidal what they just did. It was either they pushed Major Pride earlier on and tried to make that play, or they just crunched in towards MADBULLS, and they decided to do neither. And it almost feels like they just gave up on the game, which is unfortunate as well, because I thought that they did have actually a decent position to move in. Yes, it wasn't ideal, it was uphill, but you just have to make a decision, and they made neither of them, chose death instead. MADBULLS still with a really strong high ground spot. Fleek makes the cross just about, gets his feet tickled by the bullets there.
KASIK have done so well to keep this southeast corner. Major Pride moving back up to that northwest. They capitalized on it and just kept slowly crawling forwards as we see KONINA Power getting dispatched on the replay. KASIK team now with the east side of this next circle. They're on the outside of compound. They can move up. They've got a lot of control here and they're going to leverage that against the MADBULLS. Fleeke feels the force there and Ingush able to get the flush.
Unicorn takes shots over towards Dino, will flush him there as well. Effect's still alive in the vehicle, trying to move through as Black-White goes down. That shot's from Tulika. He's doing really good work over towards his team. Now just Effect left alive. Has made some spectacular performances here on Sanhok as a lone ranger before, but as a solo over towards a position where he really has nowhere else to go, life becomes very difficult. Third place would be ideal, but with Tenshik towards the center of the circle, he only has bandages though, which is the sad thing.
This is KASIK's game. They should be able to close this one down. Effect has been spotted as well. Frozen goes down first. Tulika was close before him there. 10 eliminations for KASIK. We spoke about the MADBULLS presence, but now it's the turn of KASIK team, and they will just slowly keep it going. The pressure from the southeast side, it felt quite quiet, but they managed to rack up 11 eliminations. Blank, a really great win from KASIK team.
Yeah, I mean, they could just sit in Painan that whole time, and they had so much cover to work with there. Then eventually moving down south, they got the hill and the high ground to work with, and they just took shots. Basically, most of the teams that were just really struggling on that south side. So it was an easy sweep, easy cleanup, and then it was just a case of dealing with a lot of the teams who had absolutely no cover to work with over towards that north side. So yeah, very, very difficult. Major Pride, on the other hand, decent scouting, decent clearing, I'd say, from that northern edge. But again, just a lot of teams assaulting that spot for quite some time. I think SBG is the real question mark during this game. Maybe 3 question marks I'd throw at, possibly.
Okay, potentially. 3 question marks, that's quite a lot. But SBG, they're not going to have an answer this game. Maybe next time, but we'll have to wait for that because we're going to head back over to you in the studio.
How about instead of 3 question marks, we have 3 questions for Max? See what I did there? And I'm going to start off with the question of KASIK team. Now, they were in a really good position and they do manage to get that chicken dinner, but it brings a question for me personally about Major Pride, because they also had such a great spot to be in. They were in a compound, and yet they are placing 4th with 5 elims.
I could talk about Major Pride. I do want to jump on KASIK team, though.
Yes.
KASIK team, you see how good that felt? Not having to hot drop Painan against another team, especially Titan. You see how good that was? You could. Maybe go for another spot. I'm just saying, you could maybe get more consistent finishes if you do actually avoid some of those hot drops against teams like Titan. But yeah, massive game for them. Very similar to the win from Titan, actually, that we saw on their first game yesterday. So good on KASIK team, able to just sweep the eastern edge. But on Major Pride side, it was very interesting because on phase 2, we saw 3 teams in the center of the circle: Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS. The storylines just write themselves pretty much at that point. But Major Pride, I was a little bit skeptical when they gave that compound to SBG without a fight whatsoever. They just went for the northern side of the circle instead. I can understand, like, you're trying to play the circle as much as possible. You know that compound is not going to be in circle for very long, so you just give it up for SBG for free, while avoiding taking any casualties. I do think, though, if you do eliminate SBG, maybe Gladiators, if they rotate, you get full clearance of the northwest, and then you can just start sweeping teams from that high ground spot. They don't quite do it, but an Effect back on board is a really good thing. I didn't realize he was playing game 1 because they died so early, but I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. 4 limbs, he is the man of the hour.
He is the man, the legend, the myth, and also already for Major Pride to be able to make it this far. This is the first time as well that we've seen them getting double-digit placement points. So they got points for placement, get points for the limb, totaling all at 10, which is just about double digits, but that's what we need them to do. Looking at KASIK team, and they have 2,375 damage on Sanhok. Okay, that happened. 12 eliminations alongside MADBULLS as well, very similar. But I also want to touch up on NEXUS, because we coming into this, it was NEXUS that was at the 2,000 damage mark on Sanhok max, and they had 1 point out of 1 elimination. So it felt like KASIK really just like took over.
It was a rough game for them because a lot of teams had the same idea of going for the wide southern-western rotate, which in a sense does make a lot of sense to go for a rotation like that, because you'd think you would avoid teams, but actually there was a hot drop happening, I think, with Unicorns of Love over into Summit position. So there was just a a lot of teams congested in a very small amount of terrain, so they just started to go for the wide rotate, and the moment they committed and they got too involved in that fight, there was no backtracking, so they just had to full send it, go for that push, which actually was very surprising to me because they are normally a Cal team and they like to rotate from the northern side of the map. I feel like that rotation took so long for them to set up that when they were locked in that rotation, they couldn't escape anymore. So maybe just don't send it, Nexus, without any intel, because this is what's going to happen if you do so. You're going to send it into the side of Unicorns of Love, de MUERTE, even the side of the Nameless were taking some hot shots in their location. Just put more focus around scouting. And if they do so, I feel like they can do more educated guesses as to where teams are and what is the best course of action to reach that late game.
Yeah, so for, I guess, the biggest takeaway from KASIK, team, don't hot drop when we're looking at Nexus.
Yes.
Scout for a little bit more information. When we're looking at Major Pride, just do a little bit more damage.
I don't like how you broke down what I was going to do in just like a few. That's...
Sorry.
What am I here for?
It was a quick summary of your knowledge so that everybody can take notes, because, you know...
TLDR.
Yeah, it's like, I personally have the memory of a goldfish, and maybe some other people as well watching today have it. So this is like a little bit of a recap. You know, you go to your lecture, you take your notes, you do your homework, and then you have like a little, when you're revising, you have like a little exam revision card, right? No, that's just... No, that's
talking smack about the viewers at home, saying they have bad.
Okay. Anyway, I wasn't. I'm just trying to be helpful. Zerich, though, the man with the most elimination, and I think just this is the consistency from MADBULLS that we have been seeing time and time again. First game for them today, and they're already on 7 eliminations. They're already getting that podium finish. They're already getting the placement points. What more can you ask for, really? Because that gap between them and Major Pride for PMGC points, just like closing in.
It is slimming. Though there's something that I wish we still had, and it's that old picture of Spring of Zerich where he's doing the con from Chainsaw Man. I do miss that quite a bit, but
I thought it was a dog.
I mean, that's the thing, is like he's looking like that. You have to watch Chainsaw Man. It's really good. I recommend it.
Put on the list.
But MADBULLS keep making it into the late game again because of their good position. It was a Ruins finish, and of course we know that they like to drop in Ruins itself, so it makes it very easy for them to get to later stages, get a few eliminations here and there. Though I was very... I wouldn't say upset, I was very surprised that Gladiators went for the rotation they did this game, which is they went from Trifecta, early Trifecta rotation, by the way, which I love, good improvements in Spring, but they went into Ruins, and unfortunately, it is well known that when you're in Ruins, it is really hard to leave that position because you become very obvious on how you're going to be leaving that position, and in this case, they went to the west, and you got one building which like a good temporary position for them to play around, but MADBULLS is looking their way. You have even the side of VIRTUS.PRO looking their way. Even SPG from the backside could have became a major issue if they started pushing towards Ruins itself. So yeah, Gladiators, I don't think that was the best approach. I would have preferred them moving a bit faster straight towards the center, and if they did that, they could have been in Major Pride's position and maybe gone for a huge chicken dinner if they actually hold down the fort and just start gatekeeping everyone. So Gladiators, pretty fast, but I feel like the Ruins play was maybe not the best, smoothest approach here.
Okay, kind of like in the same theme that we've had yesterday from Gladiators. When you are splitting up, just the rotations a little bit quicker, and that would be more beneficial. But as well, again, unfortunately for them, the 2 games that they've had back-to-back that haven't been so successful does mean that MADBULLS are just continuously running away with an even bigger gap between them. Because if my math is correct, this is almost 30.
This is 26, to be completely exact. I think I counted.
Round it up.
26, rounded up 30. And they also played only 9 matches compared to 10 of Gladiators and Alpha Team, so that's even better. They have a lead and an extra game to play compared to some of those competitors. But Titan, currently could be competing for a position in that top 3 also at the end of the day, though Major Pride, not too much movement towards the bottom, which is what we need to see from these guys. We need to see some movement, but there's been no movement so far, and that's sad.
That's sad because there's been no movement specifically from Major Pride, but it's the other teams that are under or above that are continuously getting some of these points on the board, and as a result, they are moving, but they're not moving in the right direction. KASIK also find themselves on the first page of the overall rankings, which brings the question, who is on page number 2, I hear you ask? Well, don't you worry, because we can just easily flip it over and have a look. We have Dagestan, Shockwave, as well as KONINA Power. I think these are the 3 teams that particularly personally from my end, I was hoping to see a little bit more of today. So far, hasn't really been the case. But again, it's only been 2 games. We still have 3 more. So yeah, what are we thinking?
You're looking at SPG, you're still seeing the 30 eliminations, which on the second page is good compared to quite a few of them.
Yeah.
They're just not reaching that late game. Only 9 placement points over the course of 10 matches now. That is very, very low. So we just need to see them do smarter rotations. Of course, you're expecting SPG to be completely different despite still having Victor and Navallo on the team because the IGL is not the same. Akashi was the one just calling the shots all of the time, and losing an IGL is possibly one of the biggest changes a team can ever go through because it's just not the same playstyle. Everything is going to change. Your previous IGL knew how the team worked and knew what moves, what calls would fit the team best. That's not the case anymore for them. Yeah. So I feel like SPG just have to relearn the game entirely almost with their new IGL, which is not the toughest thing to, not the easiest thing to do, especially going into the full season where teams are normally at their best.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, going on to Erangel, which is going to be the next map, we saw that we expected there to be themes specifically based off of the teams that have been doing really well in the past. NEXUS, Major Pride, Gladiators, and MUERTE, and Dark Project on here. These are all teams that have shown up. But it also brings the question, Max, we had a very similar discussion for Sanhok coming into it, and the teams that were doing the best on that historically weren't really able to showcase what's possible. So then it means maybe we're going to see a completely different iteration of teams on the next Erangel one.
Yeah, that could be the case. I mean, hopefully we're going to see Dagestan 77 get a win. I'm going to predict it. Dagestan win.
Okay. All right. So predictions.
I lied.
You know.
that's clearly a me.
Get memed. Get memed. It's
Gladiators.
Fine.
Let's go.
Gladiators, let's go. Let's go for Gladiators. We're going to be also heading over to John and Blank. Let's see their predictions, who they think is going to win. And hopefully it's a team that is actually playing.
I think it's going to be either, Alpha Team, Dagestan, SPG, or TUNA? What do you think?
Yeah, it could be all 4 of those, considering they're not in the game right now, which is great news for us. They'll be playing from the outside, cheering on maybe a team that will win in this matchup, John. Maybe, I'm thinking possibly the MUERTE win. Maybe another one on Erangel.
You're a bit of a fan of MUERTE. You put them in your top 3. You like the roster. You see something in them. Are you? I
think I'm just a Furious stan, which is the problem.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. The guy's insane.
Yeah, he's really good. I think he's sort of a hidden gem here in PMPL EU so far. Even on Excuse Me, he's doing very well. But I do like the team. I think Malloy's improved a lot as well. I think Malloy was sort of like the guy that you were looking at to do very well back in the day. Onto MUERTE ended up being Felique, who was the heavy hitter. Eventually picked up by MADBULLS. But Malloy now, I think, has returned to form and is playing very well alongside Furia at the moment, which is good to see. Very southern playing path here for us, John, as we see a lot of teams going to be heading up towards that north side as quick as possible. We see Gladiators dropping out, trying to get some vehicles, most likely a South George drop, I would say, for them. But yeah, this is our only Erangel of today. We'll have Miramar coming up next, and then we'll be capping off the day on Sanhok to finish this weekend, the start to the league stage.
I'll be interested to see where No Mercy Warriors end up as well, because their normal spot is North George, which was moved away from by the Gladiators. So are they going to contest for those vehicles? Are they going to have to hot drop around teams like SHOCKWAVE? Or are they just going to have to go for a backup drop? Right now, they are split over Gatka, over the Gatka fields, and SHOCKWAVE are in and amongst them. So potentially a little bit of trouble there on the western side. This south sort of playing path can lead to those scraps over those vehicles. Losing a player early, far from ideal. You can see that western circle popping as well. So moving out on these western sides, getting a good position and getting it quickly, all important.
Yeah, I think for No Mercy Warriors, maybe the idea is no longer to try and get as many vehicles as possible in this early game. You could probably head down towards Gatka, get yourself a good amount of result just doing that anyway. So MUERTE already losing 1 player though, and actually taking another knock. So my prediction was horrid. As Major Pride are currently decimating them over in farm.
That is not a good time to be a MUERTE fan. And Major Pride, potentially reinvigorated by the reintroduction of Effect. Did pretty far on that Sanhok this time around. It's starting off well. Corker now under threat from No Me, turning that corner with the micro Uzi in hand. Has got the Tommy gun, but you think it's a little bit unlikely that he's going to be able to take on all 3 here. can back it up with the Scorpion, I think, in the secondary. And repositions, doesn't manage to tag any damage. Effect moves forwards first. Up and into the battle with an SLR. Okay, goes down and gets flushed. Here he goes, Corker's on a tear. Dino up on the top rope with that double barrel. Looks to try and unload the shells where he can. Jumping shot goes for good and finds the last player from MUERTE. But at the cost of Black, White and Effect, Major Pride did not have the result that they wanted.
Yeah, two of the guys you really don't want to go down on your team either. No Mercy Warriors, Aztec versus Terminus here. It is Nazada over on this side, which will be taking some decent shots over towards them. Again, losing one player this early on, not great. We are seeing a lot more of these hot drops in this situation. A lot of teams looking for similar positions on the map. Like, VIRTUS.PRO is completely uncontested, as is Yellow's. So there's very much availability for that. Effect starts off the engagement pretty well. Dino switches over towards the pistol, and they just slice away at them. So this is a very ragged hot drop for the teams.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I mean, as I said before, that's what happens with these South Plane paths. The number of teams dropping on these vehicle spots or around the same areas is vastly increased. And you see these scrappy starts. We have lost, what is that, 7 players already in this first stage. And the circle hasn't even started closing, Blank. So a very bloody early game for us. A lot of teams on that western side, though, seemingly doing okay. SHOCKWAVE managing to isolate themselves and keep all of themselves alive against No Mercy Warriors, who were not so lucky. That North George normal drop not going to be available to them, and they'll have to play with 3 on that Gatka split.
Yeah, this is something that's definitely going to happen over on the first weekend at least of play, right? You know, you got a lot of teams that don't really know where everybody's dropping. Most teams have different drop spots. You know, there is always a case of teams sharing drop spots before the actual tournament begins, which is always good practice, honestly. But when you get these southern playing paths, right, a lot of that goes out the window because you can't always go to the drop spot that you shared. It's not always possible. You have to take something else. At the end of the day, this is a competitive environment, and sometimes other teams have to go down for you to get a good game going. But again, there is a lot of positions around the map that is untaken. You know, Ferry Pier was available, Hospital was available. You know, you could play Ruins, it's a bit of a trash drop, maybe head up towards Box Compound, loot North George. There is a lot of options still on the cards for these teams. This is something that's just coming into play purely off the back of first week, right? It's first week. A lot of teams don't really know what they want to do with this. They haven't seen enough of the game yet. So, I mean, when we see second week come through, I think a lot of this will be adjusted in terms of, right, where do we drop on that north plane? Because we see it, this team drops here, this team drops there. On the south plane, these spots are still open. They're still accessible. So we can drop there instead. So I think a lot of this will be adjusted and fixed come weekend 2.
It certainly will be plenty of time to get that study on board and hopefully get that prep looking nice and spick and span. In the meantime, I'll have to do with what they've got for now. Over on the east side of the circle, Pachinki sits with KASIK team in that central spot. They do like their central settlement positions. KASIK team playing in that Painan from Sanhok and obviously taking the chicken dinner from that last game with a nice hefty elimination count to boot. We'll be playing from Pachinki here as well. They have got a clear decision here as well. That's what we spoke about before, is their decision paralysis that can happen when you're sat in Painan. Here in Pachinki, you know you're going to have to move west, so you can start to break out for those compounds around those Gatka fields, maybe look up towards Everest or down towards those hills on that south side.
It's a very aggressive drop, I'd say Pachinki is, especially when you're not having any of the teams dropping with you. You have to be really on the money in terms of rotating out towards the central spot, because no matter what the circle is, always going to be near enough to it. So immediately you already see KASIK team moving out on their way, looking for a better position within the circle itself. Around this circle, though, is a lot of fielded region. You know, you've got the swamps as well. It's a bit more difficult to play around with. Gladiators already moved out down towards that top side of Gatka. You have a slight plateau there that looks down in towards those buildings, so they'll be scouting this one out early. This is smart stuff from them. Matic, though, still looting up towards that northern side, maybe trying to listen out for vehicles, see some crossings in terms of the bridges, see how many teams that they're going to have to deal with in the late game from that northern edge. But Titans, you know, with SPG not in the match, they decided they would head up towards Yasnaya, pick up that position. Loads of good loot there, and decent rotational paths, as well as a lot of vehicles in that area.
Woodson has to divert, re-establish a line of approach, but it's not going to work out because they are just two on the ball. Elementrix with some really nice spray downs onto the moving target there for VIRTUS.PRO. From far on the eastern side, south coast here. And Woodson, yeah, he's just going to be left for dead by the rest of his team. I don't think you can go back for this one.
Yeah, Elementrix has been really strong throughout the majority of this tournament for VIRTUS.PRO. You know, they're not always finding what they want. I think a lot of that comes down to their rotations being a little bit slower, not as intelligent as maybe some of these other teams. They find themselves crashing into positions quite often and almost panic fighting. So it's a lot of their gameplay is quite reflexive, right? Which is not what you want. You want a bit more proactivity. You want to be able to scout out first. I don't see VIRTUS.PRO doing too much of that a lot of times. They seem to just have a spot on the map that they want to take, and they're dead set on going for it, which is sort of how I play PUBG Mobile, which is not amazing, but it does at least get me some wins. But in a competitive environment, I don't think I'd have the same success, just like we're seeing with VIRTUS.PRO. Circle heads down towards the south side. A lot of water still in play. The funny thing is, because no one was in VIRTUS earlier, KONINA Power has been able to pick this one up very easily, and they're in a decent spot for the rest of the game.
Major Pride's remaining 2 players as well, in a pretty exposed spot here, and it looks like KASIK team potentially the first to go for it. That line of that line of wooded hills that sits just to the north of Ferry Pier, prime real estate, and it looks like everyone's looking to head for it. Primorsk, actually, by Dark Project, is going to be occupied as well. So those hills on the northeast side of that also going to provide some valuable cover for them to stay alive, and not too many teams are going to send over towards Primorsk. They're all going to be looking for that central line around that south quarry position.
Yeah, it's a bit easier to play once you get that spot. I think a lot of teams realize just how strong the warehouses are around the south side of quarry. Very easily doable and able to take them, but there is also those compounds down towards that south side on the road, which make for rotating in an absolute nightmare for some of these teams, John. You try and rotate across on that road on the south side of quarry, there's just so many teams that can take shots as you move through.
How have Gladiators managed to get to the coast? They were on the north side of all of this, so they just sent straight on through. I mean, I guess that's the recharacterized Gladiators, right? Going for these pushes, nice and fast, making very quick, decisive decisions. I don't know if there's any other kind of decision, but they are going to make that call. Get to the foxholes with the tank traps covering them as well. And they're going to have, I guess, a really solid spot here. The difficulty they have is when they have to leave. There's a lot of open terrain. It's obviously just a beach that they're going to have to try and cover. And Matic, I think, realizes that and gives them a little bit of a foothold further north.
Yeah, I think the best thing about this spot, though, is because the circle is so far down towards that south side, it's out in the water right now, is that you can be pretty confident this spot's going to be in the circle for a long time. The reason you can get down to this so easily, too, is that most teams are busy trying to get into the circle as well. They know there's not a lot of space here to be taken. With Gladiators being quite close to circle, you just make a beeline towards the beach. As soon as you get towards that small beach head and towards those actual little ditches, then you're good to go, right? Not many teams can take shots at you at that point in time until we start seeing teams on the western side take over the hillside. So I think for Gladiators, it's a smart move. It's not the best spot to be in, but it's one that's available to get to. You can't exactly crash that building that's ahead of them. They understood there'd be most likely teams that were close to the circle that's already in it. So I like this move from Gladiators. It might not be the winning play right now, but it's going to give them time to work with.
They used to have this backup drop of Ferry Pier. Maybe it's still in their wheelhouse as well, but they'll be familiar with the terrain that they've got to play with They'll be very familiar with it. That's what I'm trying to get at, Blank. Unicorns of Love on that northeast side, trying to push in from that spot, but you can see there's a lot of teams around this area. VULGAR boys out to their west. Titan are ahead of them as well, which makes it very hard to find this route in here. There is really not that much opportunity. The fields down to their southeast, very, very open. Titan will take them down, as will NEXUS if they try and make that rotation. So I imagine they're going to have to try and push through SHOCKWAVE on the northern flank.
And as we know, Shockwave is pretty deadly when it comes to trying to get too close to them on the edge of a circle. Circle actually is really being quite difficult for a lot of teams at the moment. You know, shifting all the way down south and then making a hard shift up towards that northwest side reintroduces Quarry to the equation, in which case a lot of teams are looking for those warehouses on the south side of Quarry itself. Really strong position to play in. You can easily find yourself with two teams in that spot as well. But getting up to here now is very difficult for a lot of teams. You know, if you're coming out from that south side of Quarry, you're going into a tree line. It's so easy to be shot at as you're coming through that area as well. Very difficult to crash the position, especially with the amount of teams still left in the lobby. VULGAR Boys moves up towards Titan, and a nade is already in hand of two players at the moment, John.
Titan on the inside, VULGAR Boys trying to push in, but it's not going well to start. Two players go down and Icy floods out, backed up by Old Boy, and VULGAR Boys are just getting torn to pieces. Not even a knock found in response. Excellent hold coming through from Titan.
Yeah, that was very clean. I mean, they knew exactly the kind of sidelines they'd be taking. Old Boy moves up out into the shack as well, maybe looking for a shot over towards PERMITTA Esports. Eventually, that's where they want to take up, right? They want to continue heading towards that west side, potentially take up the small amount of rocks, you know, the blocks in that area, play off that one, maybe drop some smokes, and then work their way up towards that warehouse in the end game. Again, difficult because KASIK team have sightlines, Major Pride will have sightlines, but the way that PERMITTA Esports is playing right now with a 2-2 split, a little bit vulnerable, John.
VIRTUS.PRO join Gladiators with their bucket and spade on the beach. And they are going to dig in as well. Seemingly liking these positions. I mean, you cover off the vehicles nicely. You can make those crashes a little bit later on. And they'll stay safe for the time being because they are still cut in with a bit of the circle. Dark Project on that southwest side. Look at the line they've managed to establish. No one's getting through there without them knowing about it. No Mercy Warriors. Under pressure from Evaneska as well. Seemingly they've been spotted, and Watch Me actually takes a little bit too much damage. They started the game losing a player as well, did No Mercy Warriors, so they'll have a tough time here. Looks like Evaneska wants to try and charge in and get a little bit more done.
Yeah, I mean, No Mercy Warriors are really suffering at the moment. They do get the res off at the moment, so back up to 3, and I think Dark Project might just look to finish off the rest of them. They're in a pretty assailable compound too. Nades towards this area, there's only so many positions that they can play in this, especially because it's not a 2-story. So I think for No Mercy Warriors, life is about to get very, very difficult and quite full of grenades.
Potentially just a little bit uncomfy there. Evaneska finds the first back onto Watch Me with the first nade in through the window, but it's answered to the outside. Finds Kespo as he tries to get a little bit too close there. Marlow finds the first. Evaneska with aces now can start to push in. KASIK moves up. Wobbly's on the outhouse, so potentially unknown position there. They know that there's a player on the inside though, and he's going to get handled. Marlow pouring bullets back out through the window, but it's not going to be enough. KASIK's able to keep himself alive, but Wobbly steps out and finally has an impact. Aces goes down first. Kespo's low as well. Look on the inside. You've got KASIK, who's super low to boot. Needs to get that reload off as Evaneska's on full HP and KASIK hops out. Give him the old bait and switch. Works out wonders.
I'd say that's a pretty badly handled fight there from Dark Project. It should have been a lot easier. One thing I do want to note is that Gladiators currently have employed the new technique of teleportation. Somehow are away from the bridge and to the west side of Quarry itself, looking over towards Titans. I didn't quite catch that rotation, but I'd love to see it on a replay, honestly, because that is ridiculous. They've made it over here without either VIRTUS.PRO or KASIK really taking too much fire towards them. They have 4 players, which is the big thing. Again, these are the winning spots of the map, though, where Titan, Gladiators, PERMITTA Esports, the Nameless are all playing. MADBULLS can slowly shift their approach over towards this eastern side now, though. Still a lot of cover to be playing around with for them.
How on earth have they done that? You're right, that is crazy that the Gladiators have managed to get in there. Maybe Max will grace us with a little telestration, but I don't know, even maybe it's too quick. It won't be able to be seen over there either. Unicorns of Love on the north side, losing more and more, slowly bleeding out. They will finally fall. As Shockwave closed the door for them. NEXUS trying to hold out SHOCKWAVE in turn, but they're down to 3, losing Doran earlier. Nade uphill from Kapahala, puts the cat amongst the pigeons as Aza goes down to the redox spray, and a lovely backup onto Scars. The 3 players from NEXUS doing wonders against SHOCKWAVE. Vagnazada on the south side, not really going to be able to use that off angle for SHOCKWAVE, playing very, very split.
I mean, for Kapahala, he's been playing really well as his point man. I think that's a bit too aggressive in my personal opinion, though, over towards Terminus. Don't think he had to do that. Really, all he has to do is continue to toss those grenades from behind the tree, in cover, John, to force them out of these spots, in which case the back line of the 2 players remaining from NEXUS and Octavian and Redox could take shots towards them. I think this could have been actually a game that maybe they had some potential at getting some good points in if they had kept Kapahala alive. Now just Vagnazada still alive here on the outside edge. Redox decides he's just going to stand still. It's the one rule in PUBG Mobile that you do not break. It is cardinal. You do not stand still.
Maybe he was trying to pretend to be a tree. He thought, you know what? Nobody's going to expect me to stand still, so if I do it, they'll think I'm just part of the scenery. Unfortunately, Vagnazada performing well and chewing up the scenery. Now it's left at a 1 versus 1 on the north side, which leaves very few threats for the Gladiators to handle here, which is great news for them, right? It could have been a full NEXUS 3-player, a 3-player roster for NEXUS or a full SHOCKWAVE roster, but no, it's just 2 solos now. And Gladiators swing all the way onto these north hills. They've got a great position. They just keep slithering their way through, snaking their way in and getting these solid spots.
Yeah, I think Kitsune is a little bit overzealous there. I know that they've practically taken 0 bullets the entire time, but you know, taking these sorts of aggressive positions on the map, a bit mistaken, I would say, for them. Even now, Meku goes down to KONINA power because you're just opening yourself up to angles when you do this. So for Gladiators, I think that they've made some good rotates so far. This one in particular, I'm not a huge fan of, nor was a fan of Kitsune scouting on the top side. I think they should have been happy that they've been able to get to that spot on the ridge side, inside of the circle itself, and just remain there. You fight out versus Titan and Major Pride, but it's not really worth it moving away until the circle really demands it at that point. You've had 2 fantastic rotations, which realistically shouldn't have been very possible. But yeah, this is not the play.
How did Beck not go down there? He went over the vehicle. Kind of crazy. Skills's gets blinked away as well. The South team's now starting to suffer. Dark Project, we saw a little bit of a fumble on the fight from them earlier. They lost their player fully, and now they're not really looking for too much more conflict in the time being. They're just trying to get further north, but they can't do that without dispatching at least KASIK or VIRTUS.PRO, and they will be able to find KASIK with that assistance. A difficult set of rotations on this south side, moving up to the road. Really treacherous.
Dark Project now, just 1 player in KASIK, trying to res the rest of his team up as SPG, I think, we're also closing in. A full split on the decisions here. We've got Gladiators, MADBULLS, KONINA Power, and Titan. I can kind of understand why Max chose MADBULLS. They have a really good opportunity to control this northern side now. I think with them taking their risky split once again on the south side and the north side of Quarry, they opt to head towards that north side, take control of the high ground, play from there. There is a big potential for them to start sweeping on this north side as well, with so many teams going down. When Gladiators down to 2 as well, John, you know, that really gives them a massive opportunity. If they had more players on this side, perhaps MADBULLS would have struggled just a bit more.
Yeah, I think that prediction from Ginny came just before the Gladiators lost 2 of their players, which I think would have made sense. But it is not going to be the way that this particular cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Becca for KONINA Power scouting out. I liked their position on the eastern side, and if they can get some control over the northern side of this circle as well, a similar story to the MADBULLS opportunities, and I think a lot less threat, safe to say, from that south side with that ridge that they hold on the east. It's a really solid spot.
Yeah, the KONINA Power do control a lot of space right now. It's mainly because of that ridge that you're looking at. They're one of the only teams that can back out from any kind of angles towards their location. You know, there's no teams that are going to be able to look at them from the north or the south side. The only time when they're going to be put under pressure is if they peek out onto a team. So they get to make the choice of whenever they want to take these engagements. Becca, though, currently making some pretty wild rotations over towards that north side, scouting out what's available and what's not. The MADBULLS are creeping in also.
The good news for Becca is that there's no one really out there to punish him for doing so. The crash from Dark Project straight on up towards Titan, and actually first player from Titan falls. Old Boys fully flush, bringing them down to 3. Even Esker and Klozik, though, will get punished in response. Caspo last standing for Dark Project. Titan held this warehouse well against VULGAR boys. Dark Project costs them 1, but they have 3 more chips to spend.
Yeah, I don't think it was totally necessary for Old Boy to be holding that close up there. I don't know if he got ran down or what, if they just ran into the building, but that's a great initial knock over towards Major Pride as well, because that's what Titans really want to do here, is clear more space towards this central edge. So the fact that Major Pride took some shots outwards towards VIRTUS.PRO as he was coming in, and now they got knocked, is pretty decent. I don't like how far Titans are getting outside, though, to try and control this. I think that 1 knock is enough to do the job. You know, Dino's actually going to provide a little bit of cover on that western side if anyone gets too close, and Titans can go back to holding that warehouse now.
Shots coming through from KONINA Power towards Octavian, but it's going to force him to roll down the hill towards the Gladiators, towards the Titans. Can he find any sort of cover? Because Dino's on this flank as well. He steps up, and Octavian, yeah, it's not going to work out for you. Nexus finally fall. MADBULLS exerting their power over on the north side, but hang on a minute. KONINA Power, they've sent out blank. They've left the safety of their ridgeline, and they're moving in to try and swing through, but they've taken a knock. They want this res, and I imagine they're going to look to disengage back to their location.
Yeah, looking for just more eliminations, really, KONINA Power, trying to control this northern edge. If they can take down a lot of the teams on this west side, then they have a much easier time assaulting the teams currently in the warehouses to the south side. It's a little bit dangerous, a little bit risky, but I appreciate they're going for it. They could have just opted to remain all on that eastern edge, but, you know, proactivity very important, and they pick up Titan Icy off the back of that. They can get Titan Icy back up again. You know, Titans still have a chance in this game, but if KONINA Power are able to actually get that elimination, you know, it could have been free pickings for them from here on out.
PERMITTA on the south flank provide the backing for KONINA Power to put the pressure onto the MADBULLS, and Frozen falls because of it. Fortunately, Zerich is there to hold down the fort, and Rogo goes down. Tulika looks for that res now. KONINA Power stop their push forwards. They took a little bit too much damage. Palucci nearly went down again, so they did just stutter a little bit. Look at the position as well on that off angle, and that's going to give KONINA Power such a great position to retreat back up to.
Yeah, again, that actual ridgeline still being in play and being held by Gory, that is really, really big. The fact that they can now regroup back on top of him after doing the damage on that western side, very, very smart play. MADBULLS still have a good shot into this game. They just need to expend a lot of utility to try and get rid of PERMITTA. Titan, though, they find Becca. Now, that is big news. If they can actually flush him out again, this will even the scoreline.
Of Hayes immediately repositioning for KONINA Power. They understand the necessity of 4 players here. MADBULLS as well are going to try and use that 4-player advantage for themselves right now. Frozen goes down first. Athis nearly takes Tulika with him, but doesn't quite manage to find that final shot. Wow. Frozen is down. They can look for this res, but the zone is closing. Do they have enough time to stabilize?
The fact that Tulika stands up there with the barest amount of HP and still goes to fight is massive. Titans looking to clear out the remaining players of Gladiators here. It's a nice molly, but they are exposing themselves to sightlines coming through from KONINA Power, so Icy has to be careful. Matic once again re-knocked, and Dixie will drop another nade round the side. They have to go for this refrag.
Good for 2. Looks for a third as well. Tixie with the challenge and nearly finds Icy. Now KONINA Power can move in with Titan 2 players down. The MADBULLS descend as well. KONINA Power, they're slow here. They are not making this approach, and they are going to try and just control this fight from the outside. Maybe they're unaware of the carnage that just ensued, but they should have known that they can take this chance to move down, and they have sent down wide with Agori, so they're not going full for the crash. Titan are pushed aside, and it's MADBULLS versus KONINA Power.
I mean, Icy just has to send away. He can't go for that one, but it's a great play coming through from Tixi. The fact that he's able to take down 2 there, it really just ruins the chances of Titan. Of Hayes in the front is down. MADBULLS evens the scoreline, 3 for 3. They can't really force this res onto Off Hayes. The best they could do is smoke him off. In comes Palucci. We'll try and go for this one, but they have now created a situation where you got 2 players in the front line. They're in nade distance now, John.
The outside of this circle is outside of the compound as Zerich goes down forwards. MADBULLS down to 2 active now. TULIKA and Flique need to try and play off one another. Palucci sends forwards, right on up to the wall as well. That severely cuts down the opportunity for MADBULLS to get out of this. They can't get through. Do they have any nades? Because Flique certainly doesn't. TULIKA, I imagine, fairly low on it as well. Palucci starts to cook one up of his own. The AUG for Flique in the back lines is just not going to be there. TULIKA moves out wide. If he breaches this corner and the KONINA power team allow him to do so, Palucci is in danger, but Becker moves up.
TULIKA has to go absolutely crazy here in this endgame if they want a chance at winning this one. Peeks on the sign, finds Becker. That's massive and will just immediately retreat away. Only 1 first aid kit though left remaining. A Molotov round the side to provide him time to pick up his teammate. But he might just be able to go for another peek here.
Flique's there as well. On the line, TULIKA hops out wide. They're aware of this angle now, but Flique's close by. Jumps up with a nade. Could be devastating to KONINA Power's push. Becker still down. Not res.
So good.
Palucci falls next. Huge 1-2 punch from the MADBULLS duo. Flique and TULIKA playing off one another spectacularly. And now they control the outside. Becker flushed away. Agori is taken low, and TULIKA has managed to find his way outside of the walls that kept them in, that kept them under pressure. And Agori goes down next. Of Hayes is now the last to stand for KONINA Power. Can he keep them under control? He's up on that ridgeline, and they know he's on the rock. A high nade finds the last shot, and MADBULLS from the inside, against all the odds, under all the pressure, find exactly what they're looking for. These guys, they are the top of the tables, and they are the top of this game as well. What a way to finish.
2 players, 2 horns from the Bulls just impale KONINA Power. They can't do anything about that one. I mean, TULIKA we spoke about, he makes or breaks your games, but at this point, he absolutely made that game happen. And again, this is what we talked about earlier, is the case that he is working way more with his team. You know, he found that initial knock, and the peak seemed aggressive, and it was, but he immediately retreated. He was just trying to buy time so Flique could get that nade off onto the wall, whereas the player from Palucci, he just wasn't able to leave, so that nade was so well placed, and Flique's nades that game were so impactful, so massive. What an incredible match from MADBULLS, a 2v4.
That was absolutely incredible. For me, the key point of that was when MADBULLS crashed and KONINA Power didn't. They didn't move up onto the position. They had that ridgeline for so long. They thought, oh no, we're just gonna keep it. We're just gonna stay here. And they wasted too much time. MADBULLS took control, and sure, they had the advantage, but they let it slip away from them in the end. What a performance from MADBULLS. Flique and TULIKA, they'll be proud with that one.
Piggybacking off that one, which tournament do you think you learned the most from?
Learned the most? PMWI for sure, because like we earlier we had this like feeling that our gameplay is really good and we only need the analyst, but after PMWI we figure out that we need the a coach, not just analyst. So that led to changes in our roster. We have a coach right now who improved our gameplay a lot, and that's why PMWI was crucial for us.
Oh, that's really awesome, dude. I'm glad that Black Mouse has a little bit more help now. Who is actually coaching the team?
The new coach is Squeezy. He is ex-Navi player from PC PUBG. He is also playing right now. He has new team on PC PUBG. We'll see if he qualifies for their tournament this year.
That's awesome. I'm really glad for you, dude. With EU improving so quickly as a region, do you think it's still a strong region after experiencing what some of the best teams had to offer in PMWI?
I mean, after playing PMWI, the main thing that comes to my mind is that players in European region are really good, but the thing that it's like a team game and team play from the teams that participated in PMWI was like next level, and we felt like it's nothing close to EU, because like in EU, individuals are talented, but teams itself, how like individuals play together, is kind of weak. That's what we think now, and we kind of changing our game style right now, and we came to conclusion that we have like the team play at EU is really low, but the individuals are really good.
I mean, it wasn't looking like they're going to be able to close this game out, but they still did.
It was not looking good, and I like what Kitsune was saying in that interview. Like, for Europe, it's a lot of individual players compared to just strong team play. MADBULLS is a team that has a lot of strong individual players, and they can all just pop off in the right scenario, right? And we saw MADBULLS bring it back from the brink of death. They were on the western side. They were being suffocated between, I think it was PERMITTA Esports and KONINA Power. And then they just, okay, we're in a situation where we're fighting two teams at the exact same time. Let's just fully send it on PERMITTA Esports, and if we win that fight, we have full ownership of the western edge of the circle. We can start sweeping and transitioning into the buildings after that. And the timing of that transition too, Ginny, is so perfect, because they see Major Pride fighting versus Titan, fighting versus Gladiators. They wait for that fight to fizzle out, to finish. That's when, once again, the teams are at their weakest. Perfect opportunity to send it into the buildings. And when they're in that building, there's not much you can really do, because they were looking just so aggressive. And Tulika on the angles, I could talk about how he played that for absolute hours, because he was the true MVP of this game for MADBULLS.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think as well, another thing to really notice on this game was the fact that teams like NEXUS, I mean, we said we want to see NEXUS more. Not really something that happened. VULGAR boys, however, Max, they have been listening to what you're saying. They tried to go a little bit more aggressive, but unfortunately, when you go a little aggressive and the team that you're going aggressive against is a team like Titan, it doesn't really end out in their favor.
I don't like their push.
Okay, yeah.
You're just fully sending it into a central position, which that's the only good aspect. Is like, oh, if you do win the fight, you're in the best position of the game, because it did end up winning, like finishing up right there. The fact that they just send it into Titan with minimal information, and they all push literally in the same kind of small location, makes it very nadeable, very easy to get sprayed down and to spray transfer for Titan Gaming, which we did see come to fruition at one point in that push. So good idea from VULGAR, but you need to change the entire process of how you're going to do those kind of pushes in the future, because it's not good.
Right idea, wrong execution, but it happens. You live and you learn, you adapt and you improve. But when we're looking at MADBULLS, Tulika, I mean, that ending of that one specifically, Zerich with the nade as well, such a huge impact to be able to close this one out.
Yeah, Flicker just able to get himself that utility at the end onto KONINA Power, but Tulika really holding the angle the way he did was so strong, because Pelucci, the moment Pelucci made it over to the right side of that kind of wall position, it made it really hard for the entirety of MADBULLS to defend their buildings, because you could not play those walls anymore. If you did, you're just going to get potentially naded. You are in a very weakened spot, I think it's fair to say. The moment they do get Tulika in an angle and he knocks down Pelucci, then another player comes in and he knocks him too, you pretty much have free range to eliminate all of the remaining angles that KONINA Power have at that time. And like you're looking at mainly Offes and Agorish, they had trees, but the fact that then you had two players alive and they had two angles, those trees are not going to serve as any kind of strong line of defense. So yeah, Tulika, again, even though KONINA Power did a good play setting Pelucci down, he really brought it back to get that chicken dinner.
Yep, and the chicken dinner was brought home indeed. Again, pretty great damage numbers from the side of MADBULLS. I feel like this is just something that we're going to keep saying time and time again. It's something that we have been saying for the last 3 days. But KONINA Power on this map showing up as well. They were in a great position, but unfortunately not enough for them to be able to close it out. But from the damage numbers and elimination points that they're getting, it's still a great place to be in.
Yeah, still a really good position to be in, and KONINA Power, it's good to see a little bit of a resurgence on other maps. We talk a lot about this team doing well typically in the past on Sanhok, so just definitely a lot more presence here on Erangel as a whole, it does seem. Though we're going to see some of these replays, and there's a few plays in particular I want to talk about, and it's mainly how KONINA Power tried to wrap up their own game. And I feel like John talked about it a little bit towards the end of the game, how he would have liked them to fully send it into the buildings when, you know, there was a play of MADBULLS that was knocked, or maybe at the end of the fight of Titan versus Gladiators. There were ample opportunities for KONINA Power to get involved and try and just lock down that chicken dinner, which I think is a good game plan. And I also think that KONINA Power's game plan of waiting it out onto the east was also a good approach. The thing is, they did not do a coordinated play. Some players were trying to get into the buildings, while some players were trying to play onto the back line. I don't care what of those two plays you want to do, if you want to play hyper-aggressive or play for the safety of that chicken dinner. I want them to do it as a four-man team, which is not what they did. You're going to see we get a little bit closer towards the end there, and you're going to see pretty much what I'm trying to talk about. But even if it's a bad call, it is way better to make a bad play as a four-man team, because your chances of success are so much higher by doing so, rather than just trying to do multiple things at the same time, putting all your eggs in multiple baskets. It is not going to work out. And here you look at that. Two players sent over to the wall, while Offes and Agorage are staying on the back line. It's just not going to work out, and you're just giving yourself up one by one, which is the best case scenario for Talika to get all the elims at the end.
Yep, and that's exactly what they did. And MADBULLS have managed to get themselves a big fat W chicken dinner again on the board. But another telestration from us as well, because Max is gracing us with his knowledge. So please do take it away and explain to us exactly what happened.
This is actually a special request for John Allen. He asked me to telestrate what's been happening with Gladiators and their little bit of a teleportation. They ate the warp fruit from One Piece apparently and just teleported onto the western side of their compound, and you can see it here, fully sending it from the side of Fairy Pier right into the western side of these buildings. And you might be telling yourself, Max, this is a very uneducated guess. A full send it could have gone really the same way as it happened for VULGAR Boys. Just fully send it, Titan are there, you're dead pretty much instantly. And I would agree to some extent, but there's also a very specific thing about these kind of buildings. I'm just going to go back so you can really see what I'm trying to highlight here for this building. Boom, there you go. Looking at these buildings in particular, you can witness that they are very far apart from one another. You have these big like splits between the buildings where it makes it pretty hard to cross. And these make it really hard to play as a full team. So what you want to do if you're Titan, you don't want to spread too heavily, because if a team crashes you, you're really weakened to regroup really quickly, which is what made it so hard for VULGAR to really get involved in that fight. What's good for Titan is they're all in the warehouse, but if you know how teams love to play these kind of buildings, you know that they're all going to be in the warehouse position. So you're just going to fully send it onto the western side, which is where buildings are typically split. They're not as strong as the warehouse, of course, but it's a good trash building where you can just get into the center of the circle and wait it out, which is what they ended up doing and made it really late into the game as far as they possibly could. So once again, it's a very wild guess, but here was right on the money, and Titan were where they thought they would be, which is on the east in the warehouse.
Well, thank you very much. That is very insightful, and I'm sure John is very happy about seeing exactly how that played out. And thank you, Monster, for making it possible for us to do all of this. Head over to monster.com/gaming to find out what's on stock. And let's go check in with John and Blank to see what they thought of that telestration, if they're actually happy with it.
I think I'm probably the happiest I've ever been, Blank, because of that telestration. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed... Where are we going? Are we going?
I've got to teleport like Gladiators. I keep somehow moving to the left side. I don't know how it's happening, but there you go. It's just how it is.
Well, yeah, you keep teleporting. You're right. That's the Gladiators classic. But I really liked that point about how the specifics of the compound that they were moving to facilitated the crash that they tried to orchestrate. That was really interesting stuff. Thank you very much, Max. So we're heading over into Miramar now, the second of the day. We're going in without Group D this time around. That's PERMITTA, SHOCKWAVE, Titan, and VULGAR Boys will be sitting out for this one.
Yeah, so obviously we do have some big names in this Miramar that we're going into. Obviously Gladiators need to get some more points on the board at the moment. They are falling behind just a little bit. Obviously on that last match they still got a decent placing, which is always what they like to do.
I think I've lied to you. I think I've lied to you, Blank. It's actually Group B who's sitting out. MUERTE, KASIK, Major Pride, and Nameless.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. MADBULLS back in, though, for Miramar once again. Certainly have had some good Miramars in the past, and off the back of another win, you know, they're on a streak at the moment where it feels like they're sort of unstoppable, back to the older days of past for MADBULLS. And I think that that's without a lot of the showboating that we saw before, because I think when we did see them in spring, it was sort of like watching a team that felt like they were on top of the world, right? They were just making these plays that looked absolutely phenomenal. They just looked like they could take anyone on, and then sometimes that showboating left them feeling a little bit sour, where they would lose a game off the back of it. I think that they're taking Fall way, way more seriously, which is really good to see for this particular team. And just, it's the potential that we've wanted to see from MADBULLS for a long, long time. Eastern Circle on Miramar, we see this before, we'll see it again.
Is this the third circle that has the East Coast in a predominant place on this circle? Yeah. I think it is, which is kind of crazy, given that we've played, I think, a grand total of, what is it, 1, 2, 3 Miramars so far? 5, 4? This is the 5th, right? I'm counting. It's not going well. The 5th Miramar we've seen, and this is the 3rd circle on the east side. So these teams should be fairly researched on these rotation paths.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to do. I think for MADBULLS, it's slightly a little bit more difficult maybe, because teams will know exactly where they want to play. So again, we'll have to be a little bit more vigilant. Sorry?
Right at the top of the tables, the MADBULLS 132 to 92.
Yeah, that's it. It's pretty huge. And again, that's with a game in hand, right? Gladiator's got 11 matches played, 10 matches played for MADBULLS. They are really storming ahead. And now this is another thing that we can bring back to the points that the desk was making at the start of the day. You know, Major Pride was ahead of PMGC points, but 64 points was all it was that MADBULLS were behind by, and they've continued to climb up in terms of lead points already. So for MADBULLS, I do really wonder where those PMGC points will lie by the time we get to the end of today.
It'd be really interesting to see how that does shape things, because as they were saying before, it would be such a shame for Major Pride to not be able to find their way forwards, given the lead that they had. And Max expected it to last a phase, but you're right, with today's performance at that last game as well from MADBULLS, maybe that gap has closed. Unicorns of Love over in El Azahar, they're going to be fairly uncontested on that side. MADBULLS down in Puerto Paraiso, not moving up to Impala just yet, but it's still very early in the game, so plenty of time to make that maneuver work for them. And they'll have to figure out where they want to go in due course. You can see Tuluka still only running with that one weapon. Picks up an M16 and just keeps on looting. So a little bit more time to get those supplies on board for them.
Yeah, most of the teams in this match pretty much desirable locations for them. Again, this is what we expected to see as this phase drew out, is teams just locating where exactly they want to play. Dagestan still challenging off versus KONINA Power in Los Leones. This feels like kind of a very friendly encounter so far, though, with Dagestan not really taking too many shots over towards KONINA Power, both just sharing Los Leones quite comfortably before they do make their rotates out. Alpha team towards Graveyard, though. I don't think this is as good looting for them, but it gives them a pretty strong position towards the circle itself. I would like to see a bit more of an early rotate from them. This time around, though, John, just because they are so close to where a lot of these circles do end up landing.
I mean, it is fortunate, right, for the MADBULLS. NEXUS, I mean, similarly, they drop in Impala, right? So a lot of these circles around that area, so maybe both of them looking to try and step up this time around with this new instance of a very familiar circle for both of these two teams. Titan, average survival time 22 minutes. They've been doing pretty well from Picardo over the course of it. Last game, we were talking a lot about how, again, it felt like there were some slip-ups, and we do criticize Old Boy quite a bit, I think, over the last couple of days for his positioning, his willingness to move with the team or play in the same mindset as the team. And that is something that they need to address and need to fix in terms of this Titan playstyle, because we've said before, each of these players in their own right is a star, but it doesn't work it hasn't worked in the past when we've seen these super rosters. And right now, Titan, sure, they've managed to get some really strong pop-off performances, but they are not quite, in my mind, a championship team right now.
Yeah, he is just aggressively pursuing off angles at the moment, which isn't ideal for the squad a lot of times. I think they are working a lot better as playing 3v4, which isn't obviously what you'd like to see from a team. And Old Boy is a really good player. He's very strong. The amount of shots he's taking, you know, even towards Alpha Team last game, the shots he was hitting actually opened up for them to get that second place versus VULGAR boys. If it wasn't for him, that doesn't happen. So he's still a really good player, still finds these really good opening picks for the team. You just want to see him alongside them at times. I think that they have difficulty when it comes to deciding, do we need to group up for this engagement, or can we leave an off angle on the side? Do we have advantage here or do we not? I think that's something that needs to be quickly communicated between the boys on the team, which isn't something that we're seeing as of recently. So maybe that can change in the future. Hopefully it does, because I do want to see Old Boy really hitting those big strides towards the end game, because before, even when he was playing on VIRTUS.PRO, he kind of was the carry of the team.
He needs to pack it back towards the rest of the team. Hopefully we'll see those adjustments come through, but still, as you say, performing relatively well in the scenarios that he likes to play in. It's just when those scenarios don't present themselves, he seems a little bit lost. So over to PERMITTA, who are a little bit over on their north side. This is a team that I think have been pleasantly surprised by in general blank. In a couple of these scenarios, we've liked their rotations. They haven't had big performances, but I think a lot of their principles are there.
Yeah, coming into this actual tournament as a relatively new team, just formed together, I think that it looks like they have been practicing a lot, right? They've been really preparing, trying very hard to get things going. And I think, yeah, the rotations look fairly solid. Team fights look decent. They just have more to work on, right? They've just got a lot more practicing to do, and I think that you can practice all you want as a team, but the best practice comes right now when you're playing in a pro league. And I think EU is a great place to develop your skills. I think we talked to several players before about this in terms of interviews, is that as soon as we started introducing a lot more of these teams like Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS, and even more, you are starting to see more improvement happening within this region, just because it is so difficult to play in. Like, either you disband as a team or you become a good team in EU. There's the only two options here.
Or you do what Unicorns love to and support the scene by picking up these rosters, right? That's exactly what they like to do. Each season, a new one.
The disband, reband.
They support so many players. It's great.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, well, that's quite the change. I mean, Unicorns are going to be happy about this one. Right on the top of El Azahar, the hill over here, the elevation is really good for them. Great information going to be gathered early on, but we do have that potential of an El Azahar finish as well. So a lot of teams diverting attention almost immediately now. Gladiators, though, they took a knock, and they've already lost a player in terms of elimination, and that's not what they wanted to see here, because they wanted to remain at least in striking distance of MADBULLS. And with Kitsude going down, that will leave them just to one player, Matic, who is just going to send away. And this time, this is definitely a salvage.
Yeah, this is for sure, as you say, that salvage mission. Only Matic into El Azahar, though, so unlikely that he's going to be fully crashed by a lot of teams. So potential to survive relatively late, depending on where the circles shift on out. But that looming gulf between the Gladiators' points total and the MADBULLS right at the top of the tables is going to be such a threat moving into the later stages of this phase. There's still 2 maps to play today, but the Gladiators sit out on the last one, which means that this is their last map. So really necessary to put as much in as you can. And when you lose everybody except for Matic, you gotta hope he's gonna do a little bit more. VIRTUS.PRO doing plenty against VULGAR boys over on the northwest side, near water treatment, near Hacienda. And there's only 2 players from VULGAR that are gonna survive.
It's a fairly interesting play by VULGAR boys to just crash into that one. Elementrix just lights them up with the M4. More nades been sent through. last players of Gladiators will fall out. Matic, though, as a solo, has been known in the past to actually get some really big games. And despite being a solo, he also gets good elimination points. So I'm excited to see how far he can go. Obviously, stage 2, so we'll just wait and see for the time being. Treadley, though, takes shots over towards Elementrix, and it doesn't feel like anyone's here to refrag him. So Elementrix might just go down, and it looks like he will.
I think he's seen weight under the vehicle there as well, so he knows where he's playing. The smoke blooms. VIRTUS.PRO losing a player far from ideal. The nade cooked and repositioned as well. I don't think weight caught that, and it bursts a little bit quickly there, so a little bit too long on the cook. Ruder on the high ground, though, suppresses Tresley, and that blue zone will take care of business.
Yeah, finally. I mean, it's nice to get an assist from the blue zone. It's not always what you want to see. PERMITTA Esports, though, getting deep into Dagestan, really digging the claws in with 2 players going down. PERMITTA, Rogo, 2 players left remaining. Folly as well, looking to finish it off. Athis is out of the game, but so far their engagement versus Dagestan is looking pretty pristine.
Finding Zadira as well. Limbo last to stand. A flush over onto Keep. Oh wait, hang on a minute. They've got the off angle there. That was a flush over onto Limbo, so Shifu still in action as well, playing as 2. But PERMITTA aren't forced to make this push just yet. With the circle as it is, they have got that just on the edge of the zone here. The MADBULLS not looking so hot right now on the east side against NEXUS. And this potentially could be a little bit of a sigh of relief for Gladiators, as Fleeke isn't going to go down without a fight. Last to stand for the MADBULLS. Kapahala wants a slice of the action, will be given it. Nice and hot, steaming on the plate. And that is going to leave NEXUS down a couple of players as well. Heal needs to come through. Doran and Redox both now looking to move up to the rock, but Fleeke has had a chance to heal.
In the meantime, Matic, as we were saying earlier, fending off versus VIRTUS.PRO as they head over towards his location. Tulika will be finally flushed here. It looks like it will just be Fleeke, the last one to continue onwards. Can he deal with the final 2 players on the team? As Redox is out in the blue, flushing out Frozen, looking over towards Fleeke. There are shots coming back his way, though.
Dorian takes the opportunity as soon as he peeks out towards Redox to lay some shots down and keep Fleeke suppressed, but into the buggy he goes. He no longer has anything to stay for, so he's just going to try and get ahead of this rotation. But it severely limits the MADBULLS' potential to keep the point scoring rolling. So they 132 points at the start of the match. They're going to try and keep that a little bit lower from NEXUS.
Yeah, you're going to continue to hold out NEXUS as well. I like this play coming through from Fleeke. He knows that these roads are fairly open when you're passing through, so Doran has to head down towards these divots on the left side and sends him away from them. Redox, though, is in a really struggle position.
I wonder how many first saves he has left. It looks like potentially not too many. Needs to make sure that he stays nice and healthy. But yeah, Fleeke, he's allowed Doran ahead of him now. And this is a really dangerous spot for him to be. He's between 2. Sure, Redox is going to have to march forwards whilst healing. But you know that there's that angle, that threat constantly. And that's going to weigh on the back of your mind. You're not going to be able to give your full attention to Doran.
Titan also pushing up now. They've been held out by KONINA Power for quite some time. Icy finally goes down. Fleeke tries to take the shots on Redox, will get shot towards, and Doran will finish him off. It was a good play from Doran. He had to make that move quick to ensure that Redox could get into the circle. MADBULLS go down in 16 play with 2 eliminations, so only 2 points found. It's not the best in the world. Icy will get picked back up again, but they're on the edge of the blue right now. Matic is still going, will take down one of the players. Actually, the VULGAR boys are now out.
All right, so Matic on the south side, a threat into these final circles. He's already crossed that road to the south as well, so given that the circle is likely to end south of Elazahar, he has a little bit more opportunity to move around. That headland to the southeast of where Matic sits, you can sort of play up towards those rocks if SPG don't take a prominent position there.
It's a good molly from Titan, actually. Old boy just cutting off that window with the Molotov allows them to rotate out of here because you need that high ground to be able to spot over towards this position. Titan, though, will just readdress this spot, head over towards the eastern side. They hear the shots coming through over here. Hopefully, they can maybe try and take a couple of the teams out over on this side, clear themselves some space and rotate in. Because there is that road that heads all the way up on that eastern side. A lot of teams are deciding to take this rotate, so it's very available.
Titan, though, taking a knock as No Mercy Warriors. Going to force them to take some pause. They can reposition for this res. KONINA Power, though, on that northwestern side. crunching them in. Choose the path you want to go for. Old boy has got that off angle. We know that he likes these positions. He is, of course, in one, and Agori finds out all about it. Palucci on the high ground in the building, not really going to have an impact here. Doesn't quite have the angle to take care of Old Boy.
Either way, this delays them, though, and that was really important for them because right now KONINA Power is being a real pain for Titans. So the fact that Agori goes down, most likely will get flushed. This is going to make KONINA Power think twice about moving out from this compound too easily. Icy just about gets back behind cover. Really important moment for him.
The Gladiators Lone Ranger Matic still has threats moving towards him. Purple has stepped in very close proximity, but a nade is there. Nobody seems to realize he's in this spot, but the rest of TUNA are close enough to be able to respond to this. The question is, do they want to, or do they think that Gladiators are a full team in this location?
Well, it's really hard to actually even get over there because there's a lot of sightlines now available. Icy steps up, more good plays. Really surprise factor coming through from Titan. They did this back on Miramar, taking some really interesting angles. Of Hayes has to force his way in towards Icy.
Icy has always been a fiery player, and he's burning bright now, Blank. Of Hayes actually going to try and make that literal in the space of things, because he's launching that Molotov to the back of Hayes, nearly goes down to the axle of the buggy, but able to step side and find the spray as onto Robs he goes. Icy will get that refrag, but they lose Robs in the process. Havlik can get res by Old Boy, but they'll need to push further, and the Unicorns of Love will not allow them to do so easily.
It's a really speedy play coming through from Robs. I think it was necessary to ensure that he get a little bit further into the game, but Titan are still racking up those elimination points. Icy doing a wonderful job. Now just Old Boy left alive. We'll prime the stun.
And he goes down. A nice spray on the sidelines there. Handle Titan, and on the south, the Unicorns of Love have dispatched the majority of their threats. Only No Mercy Warriors on the southeast side. They can move further north now.
The Unicorns of Love, they held this position for a long, long while. And the real question for a lot of teams is probably where this circle is going to end up, because an urban finish would require some serious decision-making over in the next couple of minutes. So a lot of teams are probably just going to wait out in their spots. SPG seriously want to consider getting rid of Dark Project as soon as possible, but Navalo hitting the deck is really bad news, followed up by another knock onto Alex, and Dark Project's taking control.
Even Esker looks for the flush onto Alex. We'll be able to find it as well. Snoix is next to the chopping block. And Victor now left standing, thinking, where is his team gone? Force is the only casualty in the conflict, and Klozik is moving through to try and keep this pressure up. Victor on a sliver of HP with the UMP in hand and challenging 2. It's just too much to bear, and Dark Project take him down.
I think right now, SPG feels in a little bit of a spin, right? That I think a lot of their plays feel a little bit miscoordinated. And Max might be right, is that this is a case of readjusting to a new IGL. A lot of the decision-making just feels like it's being pulled back at the last moment. Something different has to be talked about in the meantime. So quite difficult to make that happen. And SPG just seem to be fumbling a lot of these engagements.
Not the greatest of starts to their phase 1. Hopefully they'll be able to readjust. We talked about that for Titans, we'll talk about that for SPG as well. A lot of teams looking to coalesce, and it is still phase 1. We have to stress that it is not the be-all and end-all of this tournament. They have plenty of time to regroup, but they can't waste it either. So they do need to make sure that they're keeping that one going. Unicorns of Love moving up from the south side. And No Mercy Warriors managed to cross that incredibly flat plateau that they were sat behind, so the Unicorns of Love didn't take presence out to the southeast.
Yeah, difficult sightlines to actually take for Unicorns of Love at this point in time. Like, they're struggling just a little bit, but this is a full send. They had a very good inkling of where the team was playing, and Max actually getting up towards his top side. Pretty dangerous for No Mercy Warriors, allowing a team this close without much retaliation other than Rolkis taking about 70%.
MacVins launches the nade over the top, and now it's a direct conflict. No Mercy Warriors. Aztec puts that nade back, and actually I think that tagged Rolkis just a little bit tough there for the Unicorns of Love, but not going to go down either. Aztec on the hillside will be able to lie in wait and do the work that he needs to. A trade-off looking to come through, but it's just not quite there. Finally, Watch Me goes down, and McVis now needing to find an answer. The Unicorns of Love struggling with Bonnie already down. He's playing behind the buggy. Wobbly low behind his vehicle and needs to step up for a challenge. Is good for one. Rolkis tries to trade, but the DBS is swapped to perfectly. Woodson repositioned for an off angle, but is it too little too late? Along that red side, Wobbly is the last to stand for No Mercy Warriors now with a 1 versus 1. The Unicorns of Love can get back to 4 if he finds this shot, and the nade bobbles over the top, but it's not there. And No Mercy Warriors take down the Unicorns of Love.
Wobbly really playing out of control. I mean, he's far from it there. Rock solid versus the Unicorns of Love. They came over the top side. Quadruple prediction coming through for Dark Project. That high ground, the control on the western side is going to make life very difficult for a lot of teams. You can already see that Zashipa, as well as the rest of Alpha team on the low ground there, are going to struggle getting out from this position, especially moving in towards Dagestan. So realistically, Dark Project currently control about a third of the circle, which makes them a pretty easy bet.
And they have all 4 of their members. And even Esker, you can see him down on the south. He's even giving them extra information over towards No Mercy Warriors, potentially even Alpha, although they're sort of sequestered on the other side of that hill that exists just around the southwest of their location. Dark Project's position stays in the circle, but now it's a little bit riskier. They need to figure out the timing on this.
I think that realistically for Dark Project, even if the circle moves away from them now, they can still leverage this position on the hillside, as a lot of the teams will have to move when we get to stage 6. As being pushed out by the blue, they really just need to make sure that they're taking shots at absolutely everything around the map from this spot. Being a team the only team really that has 4 members alive, if you can start to cripple a lot of other teams, take them down to 2 members, winning the game becomes so much easier. The refrags are so much more simple.
Matic is still going for Gladiators. We said this was a salvage mission, and Max spoke about on the desk how it seems to be a Gladiator's specialty to be able to get these salvage missions to be successful. Right now, Matic has 3 eliminations. He was able to pick off people, also sending into El Azahar in dribs and drabs. So a really good result for them. Shockwave now on the north side might be a little bit too much for him to handle, unless Dark Project chime into that engagement. They could spot Shockwave. Hang on a minute. What have we got here? No Mercy Warriors a drop into Alpha.
Yeah, descending. It's not an easy push for No Mercy Warriors. These actual cylinders are pretty easy to play around, though, for Alpha. Unfortunately, because they are completely on the low ground, the best they could do is get a couple of shots off in the early game. That's a decently placed nade, but doesn't come to fruition. Mini 14s are plenty on this map at the moment. Kespo has to move off, though.
Has to move back just a little bit. Blocked off there. It does slow down No Mercy Warriors, but gives them a little bit of time to consider their options. In the meantime, over in El Azahar, Shockwave have managed to get a little bit further south. TUNA will be aware that there's players over in that area, I'm sure. NEXUS still with 2 players going on that northeast side, but Doran down leaves them just on 1 on Redox, and Dagestan, I'm sure, are very willing to pick up that point should it present itself.
Redox just laying in wait, trying to hold on to things as long as possible. For Nexus, you know, they want to keep putting up solid points every single game, but with 9 teams in this final circle, it's a lot. There's a lot of teams crammed into this space, and I think it's because we do have so many solo and duo teams here. 3 from Nexus, Gladiators, and VIRTUS.PRO playing on with 1 player. Dagestan also with just the 2, hiding around Redox's position. But Dark Project just have so much time to play around with, holding these teams into these spots, which will eventually be in the blue, in which case they'll have to move out into open ground. I think for Dark Project, really what they need to focus on right now is in the next basically 15 seconds, just not forcing engagement. Because if one of those players goes down and they're delayed because 2 of those guns are no longer in play whilst the teams have to push out from these spots, you know, you could find a situation where they're able to get underneath them, at which case, you know, Dark Project don't have as much of a strength as they did before.
This is a crucial circle pop now, Blank. If it goes up north, that's Shockwave. If it goes southeast, I think it's kind of anyone's game, but if it goes west, it's definitely Dark Project. It kind of splits the difference here, and actually TUNA probably in one of the better spots.
Yeah, Dark Project actually do have some hillside to play around with. I think the issue with that hillside is that it is slightly in view of some of these teams off towards the east. So Dark Project need to be massively focused now on taking down Alpha and No Mercy Warriors. They need to force the engagement between both these teams and then clean up the remaining chess pieces, put them back in the box so they can focus on the rest of the game.
Even Esker, I'm sure, is itching to go on a scouting mission down one of these hillsides. You can see they can move a little bit further forwards. That ridge in front of them is there, but they are going to, as you say, force these teams to just go into one another. Forced is, in fact, going to be the one to do so. And actually, No Mercy Warriors find a little bit of cover on the south side. Alpha actually going to work as a suppressing agent towards Dark Project's position, as Aztec stays back as well to keep that pressure up as well.
It's a good play to keep Aztec behind. Not likely to get out of this play alive, but like we said before, this is what I'm talking about, is getting players underneath Dark Project is big. The fact that they haven't actually hit any of these shots over to No Mercy Warrior is kind of sad, though. I feel like they could have actually popped one of the guys out of the vehicle very easily. Sending a player back over towards Aztec, though, that is, in my opinion, a mistake. I think Aztec had to be a bit of a sacrifice here. Going back to get him is way, way too overconfident.
And that leaves Marlow high and dry, really, alone in this scenario. Alpha have descended from the cylinder steps as the nades pour back from Dagestan, a duo on the southeast side. Doing well so far to hold out the approaching teams. Zashipa crawling towards Mandarin. Reflect as well, trying to move through these silos as they launch ordnance back the way of Dagestan, but not really connecting anything, Blank.
That was one initially found by Dagestan, but not much more than that. Again, it's a rescue mission from No Mercy Warriors, although done in good faith has not helped them whatsoever. Zero scouting like this, slightly dangerous. Looking for Dark Project, they still have quite a bit of ammo still on board. I think they're going to go down, try and clear out where No Mercy Warriors Marlow is playing. This is the smart move.
And this hillside continues to be a big factor. The fact that they have full control to the south of them means that they have such free reign to move down this hill. They can line up all these shots and they can just peek over towards TUNA, towards all these teams beneath them. They've had the control over this lobby for so long. They will not give it up now. Alpha losing players continually as well on the eastern side.
Yeah, Alpha is actually really struggling versus Dagestan. Again, these concretes provide so much good cover. It's very easy to play in several different spots and avoid grenades. And really, that was Alpha's win condition, was to get the nades in, find some knocks of their own. Marlowe's going to continue playing just with the DBS. Realistically, Dark Project need to be able to feed a grenade over the top. They don't want to get into too close quarters combat with him. We've seen what DBS can do, especially 1v4. Even if it only takes down 2, the players, Dark Project's run becomes so much more difficult because of that. They need the off angles, they need the sight lines and the guns on board to be able to take these peaks over the top side.
Dark Project spot Mandarin trying to escape the Dagestan clutches, but they aren't going to let him go. Not get away with that one. Shockwave trying to cross down to the south as Matic is being protected by them as well. Bagnazada, I mean, it's so little cover you've got to play with. In fact, it's Nexus who pick up that knock and TUNA who get the flush. Aza now the last standing from Shockwave. And if this player goes down here, if the Molotov burns him away, potentially they don't realize that Matic is still alive for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Matic's still going. I think he's looking for a third place. Third place would be excellent. And he can stay undercover for quite some time. Unfortunately, Dark Project do have sightlines down towards that way. But Matic's played a good game here. You know, he's maintained control down towards the bottom of the hillside where it's difficult for Dark Project to peek directly down because then they open themselves up to sightlines for some of these other teams. So definitely aware of where the winning position in the game is. Dagestan moves up, but it is Marlow still alive here. Finally, he is removed.
Dagestan as well, I'm sure, very soon to go down as well. Shifu next to fall. We had 6 teams in the final zone, Blank, and that's very quickly knocked down to 4. So the Gladiator salvage mission still very much on the cards. 9 eliminations found for Dark Project. Hopefully they still have the ammo to continue this one because TUNA have finally left their position. Matic spotted, but who's that? It's TUNA to suppress the ridgeline, and now they're more worried about this. Aza on the north, also trying to crawl his way forwards. Matic should be able to heal this one up and keep on trucking.
As the UMP, and Obito keeps trying to spot this angle, but can't really afford to look at it for too long because Dark Project is definitely focused down towards their position. They understand that this is probably the only other team that is a big threat towards them. Does Matic spot Azer? He does. That lands him up into a third place scenario here, Gian.
This is exactly what he wanted. And TUNA is suppressing the ridgeline above him, so Dark Project can't fully commit to taking this Thorn out of their side. I mean, they imagine they think that he's been taken care of, but they'll have heard the shots from Matic earlier. Zero slips down, maybe gives it away, but no, the opening is shut. And now Gladiator is down in third. A good salvage on 4 eliminations. 2 teams remain. Dark Project on 3 after losing a player, but Obito takes a heavy hit.
Yeah, it's still a little bit of lack of utility. I think Noshi's the only really one with nades here. Obito has to swing out to the side, pulls a nade of his own. But they're all in a very close position here at Dark Project. A nade could spell absolute doom. And that Dark Project down to 2.
On the side for Zero, Obito leads the charge, looks for the flush of the force, will be able to claim it. Ivaneska steps up, hits the deck again, low HP, but he's still got the gun and will play against Obito. Now it's just KASIK to try and turn it around. Looks for 1, but it's going to be enough, not quite. It's TUNA from the bottom of the hillside to take down the dominant force that was Dark Project for so long in that circle. They got plenty of points, but it was TUNA to get the sandwich in the end.
I mean, again, it's one of those things where it's a difficult spot to play up on that hillside when it gets to the end game. At the beginning, it gives you so much free reign. It's so happy and feels good to be up there. But as soon as the blue starts to force you down that hillside, there's not much you can do. And I think as soon as Dark Project started just like clumping up over on that hillside, it was practically over. I think they had to play much more spread and then control having 4 players remaining. I think they could have waited things out a lot longer.
There wasn't really too much opening for any other team to fight off against Dark Project for pretty much right until the end. So that clump, as you say, pivotal in their destruction. It was TUNA in the end to be able to take home the chicken dinner.
So close for Dark Project. They could absolutely taste it yet so far. It's the taste of TUNA, and TUNA were the ones to be getting that chicken dinner. I mean, we said it, and John and Blank mentioned it as well during the cast. It was a quadruple prediction for Dark Project, but what exactly went wrong here, Max? Because, I mean, TUNA Kato, they get their first ever chicken dinner on the board.
They had to go downhill. That was the major issue looking at the side of Dark Project. They were playing until that point extremely well. I don't think there's many things they could have done better in the execution of this game. But then getting pushed downhill, your only real way of success in this situation is to apply pressure on all the teams around you so that they're as little amount of players that can actually set up kind of a barricade against you. And in this case, unfortunately for them, TUNA Esports still had 3 players alive at the very, very end, and they had a nice little 2-1 split on the ridge that made it so much harder for Dark Project to apply pressure in those finishing moments. So really good from Dark Project how they play this game, but TUNA Esports, we know they drop Campo Militar. They went into the northern side of El Azahar and just went for that one building that was dead center for the longest time, super early on, so they just had to remain there for as long as they could, and then when they had to leave out, they had all the resources and the numbers to make that play. So good on TUNA Esports, because I believe they started on 19th position at the start of the day, so that's a massive possible comeback here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also another storyline to keep running is the fact that MADBULLS didn't have a good game this time around. They were the first team to be eliminated. So as a result, that is a little bit of a breathing room for Major Pride as well as for Gladiators. But head to head from comparison, Dark Project to TUNA Esports, I mean, Dark Project did do just a tad bit more damage though.
Just a little extra, almost 800. Yeah, it's a decent stat for them to have. I actually, if I have to also highlight something about Dark Project I really appreciated, is when they were on that high ground position, let's say at phase 5, phase 6, they also sent Ivaneska on the other side of that, like Grand Canyon, I'd like to call it, because it's a really deep valley side position. And they kept Ivaneska to keep tabs on most on the Unicorns of Love, sorry, at the time. So he was really trying to just keep full control and information on what was occurring in the south of that circle. And then when he saw that, okay, no teams are going to be a major threat down there, let's just regroup, remain as a 4-man team, and let's just keep like blasting at all the teams on the lower side of that circle. So I do like what they were trying to do, just keep in as much control in that circle at every single stage of the game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. And when we're looking as well at the individual with the most eliminations, it will be Obito with 5 eliminations in total. The first time really that we're seeing one of the TUNA players on the leading board, so I'm really happy to see that. And I think it further feeds into the possibility that anything can happen. Any team can show up, any player can pop off, and these rankings at the end of the day, by the looks of it, it's not going to be decided until the very, very bitter end.
Yeah, it's going to be really close between a lot of the teams here, even in the middle of the rankings or even towards the top. Though, Aztec, looking at Aztec from most like the Warriors side of things, I was a little bit... I don't know, I was a bit confused because they sent 2 players over to the ridge of .Product, which I thought was a great play. You just get there, they can't really apply full pressure on you because, as you know, in PUBG Mobile, you can't aim directly down, so it's a safer angle to be into. And then they send, I think, Wobbly back to pick up Aztec. And instead of just losing 1 player, which should have been a sacrifice, I think that's how Blank put in the game, they just lose 2 players for very minimal gain. I feel like you just leave Aztec to die, maybe get himself a nice lucky knock here or there if he keeps applying pressure from his position out in the blue. But there's sending Wobbly out, you're just losing 2 players when you could have had 2 in the circle. And who knows, maybe salvage yourself a podium finish, but it was just not quite meant to be.
It was not meant to be. But Titan as well, another team really that this time around, they are out for points, they are out for blood, and they also did manage to do so. But all in all, when we're looking at the trajectory for Dark Project, you said it yourself, Max, you wanted them to get a win today. So close though.
Yeah, so close. It's still a decent amount of points, so that's going to bring them back in the conversation. You don't have, like... All teams are really close to one another in the middle of the pack, so it's still going to do a dent in the teams above them, so they can definitely be happy about that one. But Obito's been so good on that spray.
Yeah.
The fact that he got the knock on Dark Project before they even began their descent onto the lower stage of the circle was so good because it delayed their rotation so much that they could then occupy that entire ridge line. So that one opening knock was actually really pivotal for that chicken dinner to go TUNA Esports way.
Yeah, and it went their way indeed. It's also, to me, then brings the question of can they replicate this success? Because I feel like when we're looking at TUNA over the past couple of days, they haven't really shown much. So this is like the first real time that we're seeing them come through. We're seeing the roster. We're seeing individuals play coming out as well. So I'm wondering if this is, hopefully for them as well, something that will continue happening.
That's what you're going to be hoping, right? Every time we see one of these bottom teams, right, Ginny, start to get himself some good performances, like, can they continue it? Are they going to start falling off? We don't know. Like, Nexus has had a really good day yesterday. We haven't really seen a continuation of that so far today, and when you have 1 match remaining, so it's been a little bit rough, but chances are we can expect some of these teams like Dark Product to do well because they have a good roster, so we'll see if it goes on.
Yeah, and you know what? MADBULLS also had a good roster, and they have a really good amount of points. They are just absolutely running away with it from 26 after last game between them and Gladiators to a total of 33. So they are continuously building that reserve and that little cushion. Now, we're looking at Major Pride. They're still sitting on 7th. It feels like not too much has changed on this first page besides the fact that MADBULLS just keeps getting more and more further ahead.
That's what, a 60-point right now difference between Major Pride and MADBULLS. That PMGC ranking, I want to see it at the start of the second half of the phase because it's going to be so close between those top 3 teams, Gladiators, MADBULLS, and Major Pride. Though good to see SHOCKWAVE pushing back into this first page. They were pushed out of it, I think, just before this match. So good to see the presence of the French squad back up there. And then as you go a little bit lower, TUNA Esports able to get himself up there, and now with 54 points, they are pretty much just a decent game away from being on that top page. That is how impactful at this stage a chicken dinner can actually be, especially with how many eliminations they got. Though, if I had to go on a more negative storyline, Unicorns of Love. What the hell was that push against No Mercy Warriors? It was a good play in the south. Like, I enjoyed how they third party Titan versus KONINA Power, making sure they have full control of the southern edge of that phase. And then they just send it over to No Mercy Warriors with what seems like no communication whatsoever, everyone doing their own play. I was very confused, so I want to see them just tighten up those plays because it's just not going to work out in the lobby as tightly packed as this PMPL season.
Absolutely. You said it yourself, one chicken dinner can be the absolute difference, and we have one more game left for today. So let's get it ready with John and Blank for the final map of Day 3 of PMPL Fall EU.
It's me, I guess, just me. That's fine. It's okay. He's not bothered about Sanhok as much as I am. So that's fine. That's okay. It's your boy looking over Paris. Welcome to the final match of the day. Here we are in Sanhok, waiting as we get into game of all these teams playing onwards. Obviously, MADBULLS will not be playing in this final match today. Actually, no, sorry. They did have a game in hand. They did have a game in hand, which is the big thing. It's the big number that we're looking out for. They have one more chance to get a big amount of points on board. They've already extended their lead massively so into this league stage, which is really good to see. TUNA Esports, though, after that last game, the TUNA Cardo, as Janero put it so nicely. But playing path from the west side down towards the east in Lakawi. MADBULLS dropping out early, probably heading down towards Ruins, and MUERTE on their way out as well. MUERTE have been struggling just a little bit here on this map down towards Cave side. Obviously, it's not been amazing for them. I think that's mostly because we are seeing a lot of these teams just crunching down towards the south. With this playing path, probably will open up a lot more options for these teams. Again, Alpha, maybe down towards Docks and Cave. They're realizing this area is quite difficult to play around. No one dropping on Major Pride in boot camp.
Apologies for that one. I had to deal with something there, but we are getting straight back in to this game. Sorry about that. Thanks for covering the start of that blank. We are over Sanhok yet again.
Indeed we are. I think you should say some more.
Yes, I probably should. You're right. We're looking at obviously that lack of Camp Alpha over on that north side drop for Gladiators, potentially a little bit of an opening in KASIK team for Titan to take that conflict on the hot drop. A lot of mixed up drops at another southwest circle. We saw this earlier today, Blank. We saw those rotations be difficult. The victory came from Painan in KASIK team with MADBULLS taking a lot of control on that west side. So we'll look for a potential repeat here.
Yeah, for KASIK team, obviously they found themselves a nice position over in Painan. Max was talking about earlier saying that it's lovely not having anyone else in Painan alongside you. But Titans often have been able to corral KASIK into quite a difficult situation. We have sort of an opposite happening right now with KASIK actually taking the majority of control down towards the southeast side, which is what we usually see Titan pull off, forcing them up towards the northwest, which is a little bit more difficult to play around. This time I think KASIK are feeling a bit stronger in their position, a bit more aggressive, maybe looking for these early knocks coming through.
Looking for a little bit of early position. It's surprising that that scrap hasn't developed further into Painan, but now we are starting to see it bubble over as Old Boy and Robs take a forward position against Trofka. Rob's cooking the nade, potentially looking for the spot. Both caught on the staircase. He takes both of them out in one fell swoop, and Old Boy's the closest by. He can create a protective barrier around Robs, and they'll look for that flush as well.
I mean, that's probably one of the most insane things I've seen all tournament. It worked, though. He realized that, you know what, I don't have the type of ammunition to deal with this. I will just blow me and you up together, which actually works out. You know, he'll get back up on his feet, should be able to get this one going on. And here comes PERMITTA Esports with the side swipe down from the south side. What an interesting play. What an interesting start to this game.
Havlik taking shots up towards the hillside as well onto PERMITTA to try and keep that going. I think there was a Vector in hand, so not the greatest weapon at that range, but still puts damage in, and that can back you off a hillside if you are a little bit too worried about it. Skills is hunkering down now. 2 players alive for KASIK as Titan take control of the main part of Painan. 3 teams in this engagement. No other hot drops really developing in this scenario. Sami currently has the Nameless and Unicorns of Love, so potential for that to get a little bit hot, but right now it's staying certainly cooler than Painan. Skillsers might spot Icy on this cross, will indeed do so, but can't quite tag the shots just yet.
It's a nice play as well from Icy, quickly just sprints back across, identifies the location coming through from the player in the window. English up top side, a nice shot downwards towards Robs, who keeps hitting the deck, quite explosively as well, I might add.
Damocles ain't got a sword like that, and it drops heavy for Ingush. Athis putting that suppression down, so we won't be able to take that spot again. Icy worried that it's just around the corner, has the nade in hand, but Ingush has the door frame, pushes out the pump action. Will be able to line up for one. I think that was the shot towards the back and isn't going to be able to find any more as Havlik falls, but Titan continue to just pick the teammates up as they go.
Yeah, I mean, for Icy there, he has a pretty good inkling of where the player is, considering he can hear the bandaging coming through. Athis, though, should spot out Old Boy, who is making a pretty aggressive push across. Now, meds are very limited, as Mr. 27K comes through. Skills happily picks up Old Boy on the cross. Again, more damage pouring through onto Titan, and little meds to deal with it.
PERMITTA still have that high ground. And Athis close by, a lot of control over this engagement. And they are on the right side of the river as well, which means that they can stay for a little bit longer. Will also severely limit Titan's options if they want to leave, moving forwards. As they normally would like to step out to this hill to their southwest side, but that's going to be denied them, shouldn't they, if they don't want to take this fight. Meanwhile, over in Sami, the Nameless and Unicorns of Love do in fact find the conflict.
Yeah, also on Cage side, Alpha Team, MUERTE, VULGAR Boys, TUNA Esports, Dagestan, all in this area. I was looking at the map and I was like, it looks very barren. It's because there is 5 teams all in the same location as Zero tries to move up alongside with Noshi and Obito towards the VULGAR Boys spot. It's DBS though in play.
Presley around the windows as he gets swiped in through the door. The DBS shots on a rhythm, and he was able to read it, play the offbeat, and that's exactly what TUNA were looking for. Naded through the window, could find Obito. Noshi up high, up onto the higher step beside the door frame, and will be able to step out for another DBS shot as well. TUNA handling business coming off the back of their chicken dinner on Miramar.
Yeah, strong DBS player, and you can kind of see the difference between the two teams with VULGAR Boys. You know, when you use that DBS, you got to be really careful just pumping it off in towards those windows. You have to be sure that the bullet is going to land, and the whole reason the DBS is strong is just the threat of having it in there. But when you keep landing shots like that, it's very easy for a team to spot where you are and understand that you don't really have the best advantage versus them.
Skills is last to stand, will face off against PERMITTA, and will not be so lucky as to find a knock there. Titan, they've lost one. PERMITTA now in the southwest side of Painan, but a lot of teams around now, and a lot more third-party potential for this match. Folly descends the hills, so PERMITTA will, all 4 of them, take that side of Painan. The circle shifts a little bit further down south, and that should be fairly all right. But that crossing, you were talking about, the area towards K is so chock-a-block with teams.
Yeah, and unnecessarily so. I think, again, this is going to be something that should be sorted out by next week. There's so much space still available on the map. Camp Alpha was free. You know, towards the bottom side of Ruins was also available on Tambang and Nakam side. There's just not enough teams taking this space, and everyone's forcing their way through on this southeast crossing. Obviously, there is that funnel created by Quarry, but the whole point of the funnel is you get teams funneling towards the west and the east. Right now, everyone is falling down the east hole into this absolute carnage that's happening on the crossing towards Camp Charlie. Painan is also a massively focal spot. Dagestan versus Major Pride.
Looks like it's going Major Pride's way. I mean, they've still got all of their players littered around, but it's a 1 versus 1, and a DBS could settle it. Dino able to keep Major Pride going, and in such an important spot as well. This is southwest of Painan. Nobody's pushing up there just yet. The fact that Major Pride can get all 4 of their players back in is absolutely huge.
Ooh, Furia nades Milky Way, and then Fury gets taken down afterwards. So for MUERTE, pretty unfortunate end to their 2 players. Could have been slightly more different. I mean, when the new patch comes through, nades no longer damage teammates, maybe things will change. Depends if that comes to competitive or not. We'll see, we'll see. Alpha team, 2 eliminations, up to 3 now. The MUERTE player has been taken down. A lot of teams being removed from the game early on. Stage 2, 3 teams out, 43 players remaining. So it really has been just slashing away at the teams, cutting away players from the lobby.
You can see 4 teams on 3 players. They have just been trickling away. 3 teams fully eliminated. Kinda crazy, Blank, but that's what happens when those positions get so full. It can only stand so long. Meanwhile, on the southwest side, MADBULLS lost a player. They are one of those teams who came into a little bit early of a conflict. They aren't establishing the same line that they did in a circle that was previous to this. The other circle was a little bit further north, and this time they have committed further south towards right in the middle of this circle. That's what we talked about. Well, Max certainly brought it to the attention of the audience and to us as well on that similarity to Regnum Karya's style of play, going central, playing a 2-2 split, trying to control the ground and picking those spots a little bit later.
Yeah, a little bit more difficult now for MADBULLS considering they're down to 3 players total. These splits are, again, aggressive, but won't be as desirable. I think sending Fleek out as a solo is a smart idea, considering this is one of the guys was absolutely fantastic when playing as a solo player. Corker, on the other hand, with a double already out the gate. Mandarin tries to get away, and he almost takes him down as well, and he's just wishing for a secondary as he pulls out the DBS.
Swap it to the melee as well. DBS to move forwards, and he does get caught. Zashipa, lovely shots coming through to keep Alpha alive here on the bridge. A reposition, I think, came through from one of the MUERTE players as well, but they're certainly staring down the barrel of a difficult time. Look at the sideswipe that Malloy has. Really difficult to move up and down this bridge unscathed, with the circle pushing them further away from this one as well. They're gonna have to disengage.
Yeah, Nexus has had a long way to go as well from up in Cow, coming down towards the Camp Charlie crossing. You'd hope that tomorrow, I think teams like Nexus might start making the cross down towards Boot Camp, maybe passing on the coastal side, heading towards Ruins. Way more clean, way more clear, but at the moment it's sort of working out for Nexus in the sense that they're just picking up the pieces after a lot of these engages finally conclude down here.
Nexus on the edge, waiting for their opening. MADBULLS have moved further north, and Major Pride's compound gains traction again. And once more, the fact that they kept all 4 players alive after 3 of them were knocked at the same time is kind of crazy, but they have now got a strength, a power, a presence in the middle of this circle.
That was a very nice spray down coming through from Malloy. Everyone from Alpha Team now dead. So once they can remove themselves from the situation. Obviously, Fury and Milky Way probably quite unhappy how things unfolded on their side. If they were able to get across that bridge much sooner, if there wasn't so many teams holding in that location, maybe this bridge hold would have been way, way more valuable to them. But as 2 players, they can just go further onwards, try and get late into the game, maybe pick up a couple of eliminations here and there. Nexus continue on their way. They're going to go for the slim bridge up towards the north side of Camp Charlie. That's through towards TUNA Esports, SBG, PERMITTA Esports, and Titans. We're still going alongside in Painan.
Nexus looking for their cross, but taking damage as they try and get out there. Noshi is backed off the window, and in fact, there's shots over towards Zero. Really nice volley from Nexus to give them a little bit of an opening. You can see, in fact, they want to crash on this. Doran is caught short, though, unfortunately out in the open and likely to go down here. Obito under pressure with the DBS in hand from Kapahala, but he ducks back and loses that element of surprise. The burn, though, from the Molotov. This could be big. Kapahala forces them to the back of the shack. Unfortunately, they've lost a player out in the open already. Doran was caught. Redox and Octavian have moved into position now, though, and Obito is low. The nade is good, but Octavian's knocked under the building as Malloy chimes into the fight.
Nexus have really struggled here against this building, but Kapahala opens up very, very well with a couple of really well-placed Molotovs. That'll get 3 players back on their feet in a fairly decent compound, actually, over towards the season side. Yes, it's not central, but it'll keep them alive for a bit longer. And again, coming from Cow, this is a decent rotation. The fact they've been fighting their way into it is really quite impressive. Kapahala, again, as this frontman for the team, coming in with the nades, with the utility. I think before Kapahala, in maybe recent tournaments, hasn't been as impressive as before. You know, you may be looking at Doran, EXO as the teams that you want to see perform well, but Kapahala has really been reinvigorated right now in PMPL EU.
It's good to see a lot of, I think, resurgence from, as you said, as you sort of brought up, not only from Kapahala, but I think from a couple, well, most notably, right, the MADBULLS coming on through. So good to see them back in action. Unfortunately, this time around, they are down to 3 on the MADBULLS roster. Resurgence of the old strength coming on through. And the MADBULLS certainly demonstrating that on the points totals. 134 to 101 in second place with this game still to play. Nice stuff, surely. And the MADBULLS have got themselves into a central position now.
Nice central spot. Again, it's not exactly amazing in terms of like compound control. I think what they're hoping to do with this one is head up towards that north side. They're not going to get the best position of the map, but what they can do is hold out a lot of these teams that are coming in from the eastern side. They want to clear some space here. Unicorns look down towards that south side might provide a bit of a tricky scenario to them, but Painan will ultimately now have to be vacated as Titan, PERMITTA Esports all have to deal with that.
If you don't, it will become a tomb, and that is not where you want your embalming to take place. PERMITTA with Folly can't quite spot Octavian. I think he was struggling to either get up the steps or he was strafe peeking on the stairs there. Getting a little bit of info. Octavian moves forwards. Malloy going low in the blue. Will in fact fall down, and Folly has the run out covered. Gets one, finds a second as well with Mixer on that off angle. Really nicely found, but Folly being down, not good news for PERMITTA. Only Octavian now stands for Nexus as they find their route out, but Major Pride are further up the hill, and Octavian really doesn't have too many options now.
No, he's going to struggle. 5 eliminations still good though. It'll do the trick. You know, for Major Pride down towards this eastern edge. The rest of us gone for Shockwave. Playing the high ground up towards the western side of Painan, I think it's a very good spot to be in for Shockwave. Considering there's absolutely no teams on the western side as well, they can fairly easily just focus all down towards Painan and the run out from there. Major Pride are going to have to really bide their time. But again, as 4 players and having quite a strong start here, maybe they can do something well with this. And they need to, realistically, if they want to stop MADBULLS from catching up to them so fast in terms of PMGC points.
Havlik caught on the out, but so are PERMITTA. Everybody in this Painan engagement has now paid the price. Rob's the last to stand from it. SBG have moved up towards Major Pride's position. I liked Major Pride's compound before. Sure, they got shifted away from on the circle, but the fact that they all stayed alive as 4, I think they deserved my prediction on that one. It was more of a vibes pick, to be honest, but hopefully they can go a little bit further, try and keep that gap from opening too far on the PMGC points.
Yeah, I mean, they now need to move in towards MADBULLS on the road side. This is the difficulty, and this is why MADBULLS chose this location. It's to stop the players coming in from this road edge. It's really difficult to cross over into, John. A lot of times, they could explode the vehicle. That might just do enough damage, and Major Pride is now down. It's a really good spot taken from MADBULLS. As I said before, it's not the position that's going to win you the game, but it's going to certainly be able to clear out the teams coming in from that eastern side. So I like this coming through from MADBULLS. They took an advantage of a spot that's going to give them more eliminations and more points in the long run, understanding they don't have the best bet heading towards the center of the circle straight away.
The vibes were not immaculate for Major Pride. The tough rotation that they had ahead of them did not play out. And now Shockwave from the northern side looking to potentially just sweep the edge. The majority of this circle not really controlled at the moment, but with the sweep that Shockwave have, potential to find that control. Aza, the off angle though, has been spotted, knocked, potentially flushed here as the blue zone will envelop. SBG trying to move in past the MADBULLS, but they still have that stranglehold.
Yeah, I mean, Aza, I don't think it was really necessary for him to send out this wide. Yeah, he gets the off angle on it, but they should hear the shots coming through from MADBULLS. That's realistically your biggest threat right now for Shockwave is the MADBULLS themselves because they're doing so much work. Alex does go down finally to Tulika, and now Shockwave need to shift attention, divert it over towards the MADBULLS on this south side.
Unicorns of Love still playing from that southwest edge as well. Fleet K takes a knock. Terminus will find the shot and the flush as well. So 2 players now active for MADBULLS, 2 players for Shockwave. Zerich looks for that res onto the high ground, and Fleet K should be back in action.
Circle doesn't favor anyone here, but Unicorns of Love will have to move out onto that open area. The issue is that Shockwave and MADBULLS are so concerned with one another right now, most likely won't look down towards Unicorns of Love, and they might be able to make a pretty sneaky push up towards that high ground that basically cuts through the center of this circle. With vehicles in tow as well, this is really good from Unicorns of Love. They've maintained control over this game, but MADBULLS, from a fairly unsuspecting position, still have a very good chance into this game.
Zerich Goes low to a nade, but can get the healing done. They'll have to move forwards. Unicorns of Love, now on the outside, have started to gain a little bit of traction on this hill. Little did they know they can push much further up that hill with a little bit of a better position, but difficult to make that call if you're not fully aware of the terrain, or aware of the positions of the enemy teams.
WagnerZada and Scars, difficult fight ahead of them. Smoke's been employed now by MADBULLS to try and cut off those sight lines coming through from Unicorns of Love as they get towards nade range, get towards distance so they can start taking shots with the DBS. Scars has to be good on this initial nade. If he doesn't hit one, the fight becomes incredibly difficult, but there's one from the side of MADBULLS.
Did Scars' nade explode before that and take down two? Okay, Scars didn't go down there. I've no idea how that happened. A Fleeko goes down as well.
Good.
Oh my goodness me. That is excellent news for Shockwave's position on the eastern side. Unicorns of Love are very happy about this because they hear nades going off. They know both of these two teams remaining are going to be on the opposite side. They'll be worried about snakes, but they can start to control and move through. You'll see them do that now. Zerich, the last to hold, and will get the res through onto TUNA. Can they pull off another miracle? But it will not happen here. The Scars is a little bit too quick on the draw. WagnerZada goes down, and it's a 1 versus 1. The heal is coming through from TUNA as well. And a shotgun in hand for both of these players. Shots from Unicorns of Love now as they have the angle.
TUNA actually finishes off Scars there. Started out with a very difficult fight, and I think right now Unicorns of Love have his number. He tries to run forward, gets a little bit further into the circle, but it's all but done as Rolkis takes the off angle. Unicorns of Love win a very easy peasy chicken dinner.
They move across, they get those good third-party engagements. Out of the compound they go, and up the hills they fly. Excellent control in the end there. They didn't really need to do too much, but it worked out in the end. Really nice closeout.
Yeah, I think for Azer as well, I don't think it was necessary for them to take that much of an off angle. I think they had such a good spot in the circle already, the Shockwave, that they could have just pretty much held onto that one. MADBULLS were already doing the majority of the job that Shockwave needed them to do. All they needed to do after that was move further towards the west side, hold out MADBULLS as they came in, maybe deal with Unicorns of Love. So a little bit of tunnel vision there coming through from Shockwave.
Yeah, really good stuff to close that one down. A little bit more regular Sanhok numbers coming through across the boards as well there as we head into that last game. Really good stuff. What a way to close out the day. Thank you very much. Let's head back over to the studio.
Was absolutely convinced that Shockwaves were going to be the one to be able to close it out. It was Unicorns of Love who showed up in the moments that mattered most.
This was a very, let's say, chill game for Unicorns of Love to secure. They just waited it out. They cleared a lot of the fights in the south, which, no respect to them, they did do that. So they did do a good job fighting on the south around Samir, then transitioning towards those later circles. But then they just had pretty much MADBULLS and Shockwave do all the dirty work for them. They were clearing all the teams trying to exit away from Painan or the bridge south of Painan, such as SBG, Major Pride, Titan Gaming, MUERTE. And the moment those teams just get eliminated, the circle shifts again to the southwest, which is exactly where Unicorns of Love are. They spread out, and once they have those two angles, there's just nothing MADBULLS or Shockwave could do. Whichever team survived it, it was going to be a Unicorns of Love chicken dinner. So good on them to see that opportunity and strike at the opportune time. Though I still think that Shockwave did have some little mishaps in this game, that they could have possibly won that game a little bit easier if they did go to the west.
All right, that's actually quite an interesting point to touch upon. The fact that Shockwaves could have won it, the fact that Unicorns of Love are very opportunistic this time around, which is good for them as well. And I think another point really with that podium finish was MADBULLS being on there as well. I feel like this team, I don't even know what to say anymore besides the fact that it's scary. If you want to win your predictions, just put MADBULLS on every single one of the games and you're probably gonna win.
Pretty much, I think we saw the stats earlier for MADBULLS on Miramar. They're 27 minutes average survival time, which is, that's nutty to have that much average survival time. And I don't even know how much it is on these other maps. But hey, Wagner able to get himself some good presence here. And not only him, but Skaz, what an insane nade, guy.
Yeah.
His nades were on point the entirety of that fight versus MADBULLS, and he just got himself those 2 opening knocks. I even thought he was naded himself at one point, but no, the timings were just so on point. He was able to overwhelm MADBULLS over there, almost securing himself a 2nd place. It was just not quite meant to be. But I do hope, and Blank did touch upon it a little bit towards the end of the cast there, is that if SHOCKWAVE, after clearing a lot of those teams exiting of Painan, if they just go for those central or western compounds, you don't even have to fight MADBULLS directly in close quarters. You can just hold those little high ground positions with the buildings, wait for MADBULLS to get on the transition, and once they do get to that position where they're at their weakest, that's when you strike, that's when you stop them from moving in, and you can also do a similar play against Unicorns of Love. So good on them. Again, they have the fragging power. We have seen that multiple times throughout now these 3 days of play, but I do wish that they see the bigger picture in these finishing moments, that they can go for more than just a lot of eliminations, but possibly here go for that big win.
Yeah, the big win is something that for Unicorns of Love as well, the fact that they're able to secure it, that's great. I think a couple of teams as well, touching upon SHOCKWAVE, Dark Project, KASIK team actually getting a chicken dinner themselves. I think these teams that we were looking at earlier today and we were saying, okay, we haven't really seen much of them. So today, the fact that the winners in general have just been a lot more mixed this time around, rather than your MADBULL, your Gladiators, your MUERTE. It's been VULGAR boys, it's been Unicorns of Love, it's been TUNA, it's been KASIK. Yes, MADBULLS still managed to get up in there, but the playing field is becoming more and more equal.
And I hope they can ride that kind of wave of success into the second half of this phase. Because, yeah, we reached the halfway point of this phase now, so there's still ample opportunities for these teams that maybe have started to taste success, taste these wins, to actually continuously get those points on board for the second half of this phase. So I'm glad to see it. VULGAR boys in particular, I hope we can see them being more aggressive. For SHOCKWAVE, I hope we can see them be a little bit more macro-focused. Literally, if you take VULGAR boys and SHOCKWAVE and just merge them as like one team, one entity, they become the perfect team. It seems like.
So there's like a little Max's concoction of what would be a super team. VULGAR boys, okay, that's an interesting one.
VULGAR Wave. Yes.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good, interesting name. I'm not sure.
It's not. Don't lie to me.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice. Okay, I was like, okay, it's the last day of this week. I'm gonna be nice to Max, but no, it was pretty bad. It was terrible. But that's fine, because you know what's not terrible? Your Telestrations. They've been really great. So congrats on those, Max. I'll give them to you for this week. But I also want to kind of dissect further the fact that today it felt like we haven't really seen much from Gladiators specifically, and the worry continuously growing for Major Pride. These are, I mean, MADBULLS, they're like literally at this point in the league of their own. But Gladiators having a little bit of a slower day. Major Pride having a little bit of a slower week. It does bring a couple of question marks and maybe even concerns as to how this is going to form moving forward.
We're going to get to a point where we're going to have the impression that for the top 3, Gladiators, Major Pride, MADBULLS, that there hasn't been a spring season. It's just been rendered completely useless because that lead of almost 100 points of Major Pride has been completely annihilated, which, as I said at the start of the show today, I expected that lead to be negated if Major Pride had a bad phase 1. To be negated at the end of the entirety of phase 1, not halfway. And now I'd love to see the PMGC points ranking on the next pre-show on day 4, because it must be, what, like 30 points, 20 points? That's how close it is now to decide which team from Europe makes it to PMGC 2023.
Yeah, that's a scary situation to be in. I also think because there's going to be a little bit more of a break between now and next week, you have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 4 days in total. It gives you the opportunity to go back and to watch what's happened, what's going wrong, what is not hitting the mark. Because when we're looking at Major Pride, they have had games today where it's like, oh, they actually have a chance to get that podium finish, but then they still don't. And also on top of that, not really getting as many eliminations as you would hope them to be able to balance it out.
And I did put it off the back on the first 2 days. At least the Effect was not playing because he had some different like obligations on the side that he had to be going to. But even though he was playing here, they were just not as successful as I expected. I really thought Effect was like the missing piece of the puzzle for Major Pride to start popping the hell off, and nothing came of it. Of course, he got like some games where he got like 4 eliminations, which is good. Still allows you to stay relevant in that conversation for PMGC, but it's just nowhere near what I initially expected once Effect was coming back on the team. So I don't know what to expect from them anymore, because now we saw the main roster not being able to perform today. It's just one day with Effect on play, so maybe it's just one bad day that can happen.
Yeah,
but
maybe
they need to come back swinging. If they want to swim too, That's fine, but swinging on the second half of the phase.
You know, it's sink or swim, and they gotta swim. But I gotta ask you as well, Max, who is your MVP for today? Considering today has been a really, I feel like a bit more mixed than what we were used to in the last 2 days.
I think it's very obvious. It's definitely a Titan player. It would be between Havlik and Icy, but Icy's just been getting a lot more limbs consistently compared to Havlik, so I would say Icy.
All right, well, let's see whether or not that is going to be correct. It is going to be Icy. Oh, how did you doing this?
Oh, he's got 19 limbs. Well, I didn't expect him to have 19 limbs.
You know what, Max? I know you said you're banned from predictions in terms of the games, but I think you should be allowed to predict for MVPs.
Can I be unbanned from the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, please? I think my predictions have been getting good recently.
It doesn't work like that.
No? Can I get, please?
Fine.
Thank you, yeah, cool. Yeah, Icy's been so impressive. Of course, it's not just Icy. Havlik has had this really, really strong performance, but Icy, he's back to the glory days that we saw him back at the start of 2022 when he started playing comp. And this player, I knew because he had to turn 16 to start playing competitive. And he was still like playing unofficial tournaments, and he was just shredding the lobby every single time. And I just knew when this guy was going to start playing, he was going to make such an impression on these teams. And now he's in a team with some of the best players in the world here. You're looking, of course, with Old Boy in particular. That's a really good mentorship to have. And I feel like Icy is just beginning to show his true potential, and he's going to keep growing for the years to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's not being outshined either with that incredible roster that he's with, so that speaks volumes to what we can expect from him. But in general, today, the overall has been once again changed up a little with Titan Gaming pushing themselves onto that second slot. Still 42 points behind MADBULLS, who just keep running away with the lead. But that is no small feat from Titan's side either.
Yeah, 104 points here for Titan Gaming. Really good catch-up. And that's without also having as many chicken dinners as MADBULLS, and Gladiators also go himself too, but they've been fragging out big time. Look at that disparity here, Ginny, between 26 placement points and then boom, 78 elimination points. They're just fragging and fragging every single one of these games, and I'm loving it so far. If they start to also reach those top threes more consistently here, Ginny, I'm telling you, not only are they going to be top of the tables on phase 1, they could win the whole thing. Like, this kind of approach to the game is so impressive, but that macro is where it's still lacking a little bit. But if they know this is what they need to work on for the next 4 days, they're going to be first place, and it's not even going to be close.
All right, I love that. The prediction's coming through already, and you're no longer banned for them. So we're going to have to ask you about those next week, depending on how it turns out. I think looking towards the bottom side, Major Pride's not on the second page yet, but the differences between the points between KASIK team and Major Pride, it brings a couple of concerns, it brings a couple of worries. So I do hope, because this was the first day that the player was back, it means that next week is looking a little better. KONINA Power sitting on 13, Dark Project as well. I think these are the teams as well, the middle of the pack really, where just one pop-off game and you can still push yourself up to the top 10 ranking.
Yeah, we're seeing some glimmers of hope from a lot of these teams. Of course, VULGAR Boy getting himself their chicken dinner, same for Unicorns of Love, even though it was a little bit almost given to them in a sense, but they did pull the trigger at the right time. And actually, a team that I want to talk about this game, that's been, you know, we've been a little bit critical about in the past, is PERMITTA Esports. I love how they read this game of Sanhok in particular, because they know, okay, Sanhok, what's going to be happening in this game? Looking at Painan, it's going to be Titan Gaming. They're going to be always taking that fight, hot drop. And there's going to be 2 squads having that like altercation. What are we going to do instead of getting involved in that fight versus KASIK team and Titan? Let's just go to the west side of it, play that high ground position, and just get all of the teams and players that are going to be exiting that location to get easy eliminations on board, and also having full clearance on the east of the circle. So I don't know who made that call on PERMITTA Esports, but if that's something that they intend to do every single match, I feel like that could be an easy way to get 3 points on Sanhok every game.
Oh, strats coming through, and Max is exposing it so that other teams can just yoink it and use it for themselves. But we'll see whether or not that is going to be possible. Something that we have been cooking up behind the scenes is our predictions. We're trying at least to see which teams are going to be coming out on top, and Max is now in the lead. I mean, you're still behind Blank, but it's actually pretty close. It's literally a 1-point difference between every single one of us.
We're not going to lie. We're always going to be behind Blank, okay? It's just,
yeah, Blank is just
never going to change.
He's thinking too hard.
He's just built different, okay? He's thinking too hard, and he is built different. But yeah, Blank's been really good on his predictions, and his predictions make a lot of sense a lot of the time, which is the point of predictions, I suppose. So good job, Blank, for doing the prediction thing. Yeah,
congrats, Blank. You're doing great. And thank you guys as well so much for tuning in for this first week of the phase. It has been absolutely incredible, and thank you to Monster for making it possible for us to do it. It has been 3 pretty jam-packed days with action, some incredible PUBG Mobile, and it has been incredible. We're gonna be back next week, Friday, same time, same place, and again 3 play days back to back before we hit it off with a little break. So make sure you take care of yourself for the next week, and we will see you then.